New sun the stars, yeah. Oh, 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 tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly night and day, yeah. Oh, 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 tell me where you wanna go. We could fly to the stars, yeah. Oh, 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 tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly, yeah. Go on, myself. I'm cold, steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said, don't suffer no fools. Serpents, they dream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. lose it all, lose it all. Loving you, no. All your blunders gotta letting go. I don't want to lose it all, no. I don't wanna lose it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the North America Rocket League Rival Series. It's week number 5 and we're into all of the action. Of course, we've already had Europe for today and now we're on to the second portion of our show. My name is Lottie Van Praag and I am going to be your desk host today. And joining me, I have two fantastic chaps as well on the desk. I have Subi Smash and Stacks. Wonderful to see the dynamic duo back together again on the desk. North America, gents. North America. So we have a lot to play for, aka the playoffs just around the corner. It is make it or break it right now for these teams. Super excited. What are your feelings towards North America now?
Well, I mean, we talked about it from day one, week one, of how this was going to be the season of all seasons, so much on the line, and there's so much stuff that can happen today just going into all these matches where first place could end up third place. There's so many things, Stacks, and thankfully you're here to go over it all because without you,
stat man.
We would be lost without
this
guy.
I know, you literally are the stat man right now.
Yeah, well, nobody could have predicted what the teams that actually get to the promotion tournament in a few weeks will deal with because North America, we've got Cloud9 and G2 in the promotion tournament. So imagine how important top 2 is for North America here to get into the RLCS through the playoffs and not have to deal with the promotion tournament down the line because, let's face it, those two teams, they're going to get their stuff figured out before then.
They are indeed, and as we can see right now, we've got NA standings on the board. Looking at our teams and the caliber we've got for North America, how do they fare against the 7th, 8th positions of RLCS, do you think?
I honestly think it's going to be a tough one to call because Charlotte, Phoenix, and Afterthought, two great teams, RLCS veterans on both of those squads, but then you go down to FMG and RBG, and possibly even Chaos could find their way into the top 4. But you look at those teams and it depends on the week that they show up to play. There's a lot of times where it's like, wow, this team looks like an RLCS team already. And there's other weeks where it's like, guys, what are you doing? What are you losing to these teams for?
Yeah, Charlotte, Phoenix, and Afterthought, we thought they were the consensus 1 and 2 teams. And then they played each other, and it was very clear there was no number 2 team. It was just Charlotte, Phoenix, and everybody else is chasing them. Problem is, people caught up to them because they had a chance to clinch top 2. I can't remember if they had a chance to clinch number 1 outright on the B stream last weekend, but they tripped up. They lost to LinkedUp, and still there's a lot that hasn't been determined in North America yet. So this is going to be an exciting night.
It will indeed. Why are our teams so excited to get into that top 4 spot? Why do they need this more than ever? Well, that is because, of course, the format of Rival Series is extremely important to the longevity of our careers here at Rival Series. 2 teams will auto-promote to the RLCS. This is huge for these guys in the Rival Series. Not only have we got 10 more teams like on the board now, which has been highly requested from the 8 last season, but teams finishing 3rd and 4th from the Rival playoffs, they'll have to face places 7th and 8th from the RLCS in a promotion tournament. That is crazy, especially for North America, just because of the caliber of teams we're seeing coming through in those positions for RLCS. That's going to be a really, really tough match. I mean, either one of those, that's insane. And of course, there is a prize pool at the end of the day that helps just a little bit. And I was saying earlier on for the Europe portion that, you know, it's not just about the money, but it's a damn good start in terms of trying to to start like pushing yourself more in the career. Maybe you could have a new setup, could spend a bit of money on getting yourself, a little bit more well equipped if you do manage to make it in the RLCS.
Or a new pair of slides, as
true.
we've seen some players that win tournaments. But I think most of the players here in the Rival Series, I don't even think they care about the prize pool. I don't think they care about those dollar signs up there. The thing that their eyes are set on is RLCS. And we've said it so many times, but I have to reiterate that this is probably the only season ever where the top 2 teams that come out of the playoffs, they're going straight into the RLCS. And then probably the only time we'll ever see it again is the other teams that make it through those playoffs. They're going to be fighting against G2 and Cloud9. It's just like, well, thanks a lot.
Yeah, it was different for Europe, right? Because you look at the teams that are in the European promotion tournament, TSM, with that guy back there, Alpha, maybe on his way back to the Rival Series, who knows? And, of course, Complexity. Like, those are teams that are beatable, and they've proven it all season long. G2 and Cloud9 have been beatable all season long, but they're not. What we saw over the season was not G2 and Cloud9, right? So, yeah, it's especially important to get one of those top 2 spots. But with that said, they are human. They are capable of losing. We've seen it. And these teams from the Rival Series historically has always fared very well in that promotion tournament. And so you wonder if maybe these top teams might already be thinking about, okay, well, who are we cutting for next season? And then trust issues start to form. So as daunting a task as it looks like with Cloud9 and G2 in that promotion tournament, I don't think it's an unclimbable mountain for them.
Absolutely. Well, it's better to win against somebody while they're down, isn't it? And
Yes.
that could be a potential there for everybody. But of course, we're week 5, North America. I want to know all of our matchups for today. So let's take a look at that right now. Here we go. Number 1, we got Zookeepers versus RBG eSports. Match number 2, Chaos Esports Club versus LinkedUp. Following shortly after that, we got Afterthought takes on Upper 90 eSports. And to finish things off today, we got Charlotte Phoenix versus FMG. That last match is going to be an interesting one. How do you think FMG are going to be faring against the powerhouses, Charlotte Phoenix?
You asked me week 1, I say it would be a sweep. But from what we've seen the past 2 weeks from FMG, this team is looking unstoppable, and Charlotte Phoenix are definitely going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, week 2, FMG lost to Chaos, and since then they have just been on an absolute tear. They beat Bolsen, they beat Zookeepers, which is whatever, but they're on a massive winning streak, not just matches, but games. And they've fought their way into serious top 2 contention, and they're in control of their own destiny. And if you asked me at the start of the season, who are we going to send to the RLCS? I would have told you names like Karma, Shadow, Jay Wismont. I wouldn't have said Buddy, Thunder, and Turinturo. And Turinturo has only been arguably the best player in the league, which is phenomenal.
Absolutely. What about Chaos and LinkedUp? Because obviously they're even Stevens in terms of win to loss ratio right now. Is that going to be a strong matchup that we're going to see today? Something quite close games, really, maybe?
I would absolutely say that, especially against the matchup we saw from LinkedUp against Charlotte Phoenix, where who would expect that loss to come out for Charlotte Phoenix? So this one's going to be really tight between them. Chaos Esports Club, I expected them to be in top 2, and they've just not looked full form the entire season. Thankfully, they're still in the running to get into that top 4. They're going to lock in top 6 for sure, but honestly, they could easily fall to LinkedUp.
They could fall to LinkedUp, but the thing that Chaos has going for them is that they have been winning lately, and that it's all about how you finish, right? And they've gone to Game 5 with a lot of really tough teams. They've gone to Game 5 with Charlotte, with Afterthought, and they didn't win those Game 5s. Fine, they're 0-4 in Game 5s, and go figure, they're 4-4 on the season. But they're a team that we know can play with the best. They can play with anybody in this league. And I would expect that they will come to play here against LinkedUp. And it would not surprise me at all to see Chaos in the top 4. And with the run that they've been on, it wouldn't surprise me to see them put up a fight in the playoffs either.
Well, gents, we have a match waiting in the wings. So let's talk about our first matchup of the day. It's going to be Zookeepers versus RBG. Now, RBG eSports coming out on top here right now. It's got to be one for me that I'm going to be watching them right now. So they can actually clinch top 2. But they have to win this match 3-0, and there's a couple of more kind of rules that they need to follow to actually claim this one, isn't there, Stax?
Yeah, there is. So, they need to win 3-0, which is doable. I mean, Zookeepers come in at 1-7. They've put up a fight against a lot of teams, but they need Charlotte to beat FMG. That's doable. They also need Upper 90 to sweep Afterthought.
Ooh, that's
where it becomes just a little unlikely, but they are still, of course, very live for top 4 as well. All they have to do is win and they're in.
Well, and they could lose and still find themselves in as well. They just need LinkedUp to beat Charlotte, but that's
Chaos.
Chaos. I'm sorry, I don't know how to read. Chaos. That's another hard ask from them. I don't see that happening. So for RBG, they just need to focus on winning the game. Do your part. Don't let other teams decide your fate in this. And most importantly, come out and put a victory on the board because they're on a 2-game losing streak.
Well, it has been a good day so far for the former Triple Trouble family because we saw Tadpole and Method get up into the top 4 in Europe. The coach, or rather the manager of RBG, is Dion, the former Triple Trouble manager, and he had a very similar mindset to what Method had coming in. Look, yeah, we know all the playoff scenarios, but we just want to win.
We do indeed. Well, they're going to need Triple Trouble to even potentially clinch this top 2 spot. They need a 3-0 win here. So
they need a miracle.
They do. They do need a miracle here. Well, let's talk about predictions. That is the next part of our road here. What are we going with, Subi?
This matchup, I mean, it's pretty easy for me. I got to go with my buddies Rapid, Aeon, and none other than Seabass carrying this team along all season long. I think RBG is going to take this one pretty easily, but we've seen crazier things happen this season in Rival Series, so who knows?
Yeah, well, nothing comes easily with this RBG team, unfortunately, but I do think that they do win this. I think they're going to be out of top 2 contention by the end of the series because I don't think they're going to sweep this Zookeepers team, but I do think RBG wins.
I couldn't agree more, gents. I don't see this happening for Zookeepers right now. It's got to be an RBG on the board for me as well here because I just think with the odds are stacked against Zookeepers and it's going to be a tough road for them in this match. But we have seen miracles happen, so I'm not going to totally put my eggs in one basket, but I'm going to put a few in there, just a few in the RBG. It's fine, gents. We are pretty much ready to go in the lobby, so I'm going to hand it over to your more than capable hands.
Thank you, Lottie. Subi, one thing we've learned about this Zookeepers team, even going back to the play-in, is the best way to get them to do something is to tell them that they can't. And they have been underdogs all season long. They're underdogs here, but they can still play spoiler. They can still line their pockets with a little extra money if they can bump their way up the standings just a little bit. So
that's a hard ask.
It is a hard ask.
That's a hard ask.
We saw earlier, we saw the Baguette squad that was already out of top 4 contention in Europe come back and play spoiler for Team Singularity. It was little different stakes, little different matchup, but the precedent is still there.
Completely different teams, too. This Zookeepers team, they've beat one team all season, and that's the team right below them at upper 90. So, you're right. It could happen.
I'm trying to give them hope, Subi. That's all.
You know what? Good on you. I just don't see it happening. RBG, so much on the line. I don't see them losing this match. I see them sweeping this, if we're going to be honest. They know what's on the line. They know that if they want any chance at top 2, they have to get a sweep. And it all starts right now on game number 1.
A day that is going to be full of twists and turns, ups and downs. It begins with Zookeepers and RBG. And we are underway with our first of 4 matches this evening. Rapid, who has been promising a rapid reset all season. I don't think he's delivered.
I think he's gotten one.
He has gotten one? Okay.
I believe so, but you know what? Just to make sure, I want to see one in this series.
I want to see one every game to make up for all the broken promises of the past.
Yikes.
Porklet will win a challenge here and try to get Zookeepers on the right foot to start things off. But Bambi is beaten to that ball by Seabass. For the Zookeepers, they have been strong against a lot of teams, but similar to the problems that Chaos had throughout the season, they had trouble getting that 3rd game victory. This will go back in front, and Porklet will clear it away, almost right down the middle of the field, just wide, and Rapid will be left to play it. Now a chance for Tool. As RBG didn't control that ball very well, Bambi waiting for Aeon, and all Bambi can do is pop this up, no shot. Porklet will try, The shot is wide. Bambi will give way to Tool. There was nobody in the net. And Subi, I can already hear you telling me I told you so.
No, I'm not going to say I told you so, but that's just the story of the season for the Zookeepers. Unable to capitalize on wide open nets. You got to be able to ring those ones home. And here comes Rapid from the pass from Seabass. Good save there from Porklet. But RBG's not done. Gets push this one into the corner and work on offense.
This will switch fields. Now Tool over to Porklet. Another drive is going to be stopped. And that's, I think, an own goal.
I don't know either, Stacks, but we're about to see. I think Tool got a good read here off the side wall, and he sure does. Sneaks it right inside the post, and the Zookeepers up by 1 in game number 1.
Didn't expect him to be there. I saw the other RBG defender coming in. Either way, it is the first goal for the Zookeepers. And now Tool will just throw one downfield off the kickoff. And we'll see if RBG can answer. They will need to if they want to have a chance at top 2. Rebound opportunity stuffed by Porklet. And Aeon will make sure it doesn't get any further beyond midfield. Now Aeon to center again. That'll be bombed away by Tool. Bambi is up for this, and he will not get there. The ball is clear.
Good defense there. Bambi used a lot of boost. He's going to be out of the equation for a little bit, but good pressure coming from Tool, but an even better touch from Aeon. But Bambi's right there to put it right back into the zone. RBG unable to break out of their defensive half so far. Great drop down pass. That one's going to be easily turned aside by Rapid.
One thing we haven't seen all season, we haven't seen a ton of double commits from the Zookeepers. The communication has been generally pretty good. Problem is the shooting accuracy and the efficiency has not. This will float out for Aeon, and it's cleared away again by Tool. Now Seabass off the ceiling. Difficult ball to read, and Seabass will tie the game.
Just a nice soft tap and puts a little bit of English on it to ring it inside that left cross, or left post rather. Good read from him, and Bambi's got to have a better touch than that to give his team a chance.
As soon as that hit the ceiling, you could see Bambi just got a little squirrely there and could not read it. 1-1 with 2 minutes left. Seabass run into by Tool. Counterattack opportunity for the Zookeepers, but it will fall to Bambi and he can't do much with it. Did steer that ball out to midfield, but he missed the midfield boost.
Double
and
commit.
That second that he lost allows Seabass to beat 2 Zookeepers attackers.
Yeah, those double commits could prove costly for the Zookeepers. Aeon up close in the box, pressuring that ball, and Seabass is going to follow it up. Another double commit coming out from Zookeepers, but RBG unable to do anything to punish them for that.
Aeon downfield, easily cleared right back from whence it came. Just off the mark, so Seabass will have to play it. Does well to get the ball out to midfield, and Aeon has a good quick read, but Tool is right there for an even better read on the ball coming off the ceiling.
Aeon's got a very pretty car this game.
Is Rapid looking for the far corner, just narrowly missed. And Seabass trying to keep the play alive, so too is Rapid. That is cleared right down between the defenders, and the Zookeepers are back in front.
Just bombs this all the way from his own half. Good field awareness here, and you see him turn his car a little bit to the right. So when he gets forward on that ball, it smashes it to the left-hand side, and the Zookeepers up by 1, just under 1 minute of gameplay to go.
Final 48 and counting. It is Porklet. That first touch almost got away from him, but he stays with the play and allows Bambi to get a nice clear downfield. Porklet doesn't have any boost, but he's trying to run interference and steal boost. He did not, though. That's a great job by Rapid, coming back and preserving his team's back boost. They have 30 seconds. They need to break out of the zone. Down to 25 as Porklet will try to center, looking for Tool. Not finding him because Rapid is there. And that's been a big problem for Zookeepers. They haven't been fast enough once they get on the offensive end. RBG has been. It is Aeon. Now Rapid will play from the side. With time winding down, they'll have to do it without Aeon. He's going to spawn back in with 3 seconds left. Seabass needs to score here. He will not. And the Zookeepers are well on their way to playing spoiler
doing just what they have to do to come out of game one victorious. They put the pressure on and never let off the gas pedal. Tons of shots coming out from the Zookeepers, 7 on the board, and every single shot other than the one we saw from Seabass was turned aside by the Zookeepers. Good defense on the back half.
Now there is one other team we haven't talked a whole lot about, Subi. We're talking about Bull Send. They've played all 9 of their matches. They sit at 5-4. What they need is Zookeepers to win this match 3-0. So now the pressure's starting to shift a little bit onto RBG. It's like, okay, we lost 1. Okay, we're not going to get top 2. They weren't going to get top 2 anyways, right? But now they got to, at least they got to worry about winning a game and then get some help down the line. Of course, it is a long series.
Yeah, and it's just odd for me watching RBG because at the beginning of the season, they looked so good. They looked like a well-oiled machine up and down the field. They had beautiful passing plays. The trust was there, and we saw just in that game a bombing clear downfield go into the back of the net, and it's just because they're spaced out so far apart. It just seems like maybe they're not talking as much as they should. People aren't trusting one another, so it's just looking like an RBG team that's starting to panic a little bit, realizing, hey, we need to win this to stay in the top 4, and they need to get that out of their mind. Just take this as another series and just win it.
Yeah, don't worry about the series score. The only thing they can't do is they can't lose 0-3. After they do that, they don't have any reason to keep watching the rest of the day because they would be out of top 4 contention. So, continue on to game 2. RBG looking to bounce back. They will be on offense to start things off. Rapid did miss that corner boost first time around.
The boost and the ball.
Yeah, so that slows you down quite a bit. This will go off the backboard. It's an opportunity for Aeon. He picked his spot, but it's well defended by Zookeepers, specifically Tool. Now Rapid, he's going to have a look. Did he get the reset? It's going to be cleared away.
And Zookeepers not going to want to rely on those diving goal line saves. Eventually, RBG is going to pick them apart, but they get one, and they get out scot-free.
Porklet with a full tank of boost, but that ball is intercepted by Rapid. Aeon is up quickly, so is Bambi, and it was a chance for Seabass, but it just came down too quickly. There's a shot on from Rapid. Seabass will follow, and that's what RBG needed.
Seabass just in the face of the Zookeepers, not rotating out. Both defenders going up. Seabass coming in and slamming it home.
Well, Seabass has been the guy so far all season long for RBG. No reason to suspect that would change. Comes in shooting 27%. That is astronomically high over a 10-match season, or rather 9-match. Porklet to center for Tool. That'll be blocked away, and Seabass will start the counterattack. Seabass over Bambi, could not get by Porklet, but RBG is set up. Aeon trying to find Rapid. That'll spike down, and Porklet will clear.
And you saw both Rapid and Seabass go up and then immediately nose down, boost back to the ground. Good comms there, realizing neither one could reach that ball, and they keep the ball in midfield because of that and allow everyone to boost up and get this ball back into the Zookeepers' half.
Good defensive spacing there from RBG. The clear finding Rapid, which allows him to be on the attack very quickly. Now Seabass, he'll center, looking for any help at all. It's
Oh!
form of Aeon. Give a little assist to Seabass as well.
Seabass just says, here, let me escort you out of the net, Bambi. Aeon pinches that ball with Tool, and the defender never saw it coming. RBG go up by 2.
RBG clad in orange. It is hunting season on Neo Tokyo. 2-0 the lead now for RBG. Rapid will pop this up. Seabass looking to drop one down. That is blocked, but it's the rebound you got to worry about, and Tool makes that save as well.
And finally, a much-needed clear, but it's going to be bombed right back to midfield. Good read there off the wall, and Tool trying to repay the favor to Aeon, bump him out of the way, but unable to get contact with him.
That will bank right down to Tool. And Tool with 64 boost will heal off the play and let Bambi take over. Tool takes out Rapid. It's an opportunity now as they've got the defensive mastermind away from RBG, but he is respawned, and here comes RBG. not looking to take their foot off the gas at all, as it will be Tool trying to get back to midfield.
Yeah, I think Aeon was trying to hit Rapid with a nice give-and-go pass there, but little too much power put on it, out of Rapid's reach. And now, good touch from Seabass. Bambi's easily going to save that, though. Put it right up the side wall, and we near 2 minutes stacks. Double commit from RBG. Zookeepers need to find 2 goals. Not looking like they're doing much on the offensive end.
One of their goals in game 1 was on an empty net. This will be popped away. Now it's Tool dropping one down to Porklet. And the ball will just pinball all over the place. Aeon will take this himself. Did not make contact off the flip reset, but still well defended. Rebound is saved away as well. And now Rapid with a slow play, and very cleverly so, he shielded Bambi off the boost by slowing down.
Oh, and Bambi, the one that didn't have the boost, able to get there for the save. Just good effort from him, but Zookeeper starting to get low on boost, starting to make panic clears. That net almost open. Seabass with another shot, but that one goes wide.
Zookeepers need to get some big booming clears because RBG is getting very comfortable on the blue half of the field. Tool with a high arcing clear. That's going to find Bambi as it came down. Loose ball in front of the goal, and Porklet comes in to push it wide. Bambi to follow, no. Tool, that is high as well. Nobody can put one on, and this is cleared away, and there is the Zookeepers season summed up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, you said it, Stacks. In a nutshell, that's exactly what the entire season was all about. They just doubled the shot total that they've had in Game 2 in Seabass. This shot placement is picture perfect.
And of course, this would find its way in. Tool gets a piece of this, and it still finds its way in. Again, the Zookeeper season illustrated right there. 3-0 the lead for RBG. 3 goals in the series now for Seabass. Tool's going to lob one up for Bambi, who will get a piece of this, but it is cleared away by Rapid. For Zookeepers to even have a chance, they would have had to score right about there, and then they would have needed divine intervention to get a couple of kickoff goals. The final seconds will tick away in game number 2, and here's what we know now. With RBG taking a game, Bullsend is now out of top 4 contention, and RBG doesn't have to worry about getting swept here.
They still got to focus on winning this. They don't want to give it or leave it up to LinkedUp. Beating Chaos Esports, put destiny in your own hands, focus on the task put before you, and just keep playing like this, honestly. They didn't allow Zookeepers to do much of anything in the offensive half. I mean, other than the onslaught of shots that we saw that were just, it just seemed like the first one was really close to going in, and then they just progressively started getting further and further away from the net.
That whole sequence looks like you could have put it to circus music, unfortunately. And that's just been the unfortunate struggle for the Zookeepers. They have to put those shots on target. Because when you look at it, outside of little mechanical things, this isn't a half-bad team. The communication's there. They play well enough defense. It's just getting the ball in the other net that seems to be the problem. So, while they won't finish in the top 6, and they'll have to go through the play-in process again if they want to qualify, I'm very interested to see what they do next season. But I'm also curious to see what they do in the rest of this series, because I don't think we've seen the best of the Zookeepers so far.
Well, I think if they want to stand a chance, they can't allow 15 shots on net.
Yeah.
Because even if they're shooting 10%, they're gonna beat you.
Yeah, 15. That's not a good
1.5 goals a game.
No. For a team that allows the team that almost scores 2 goals per game, you give them that many opportunities, they will cash in. So RBG, one step closer to securing a playoff spot, but they do still need to get wins number 2 and 3. Tool trying to cool things off, and it will be Seabass who intercepts. Aeon from the ceiling, that is not what he was intending. And it should be coming right back into the RBG zone. It is from Seabass, declared away to Aeon.
Too many times we're seeing the Zookeepers with double commits. Doesn't matter on defense or offense. And then hesitation like this, allowing Seabass an open shot, and Seabass demoing Tool as well. RBG just wasting no time and continuing where they left off in game number 2.
Seabass to clear another one away. Porklet up for Bambi. A chance out for Porklet. Tough angle. That ball didn't come out nearly at the angle he had hoped it would. And Seabass, as cool as you like, will just collect that on the goal line, and here comes RBG.
Yeah, that's good car control right there. A lot of times you'll see players just drive straight into that ball because they've got that accelerator. Duct tape down, and look at the angle from Seabass coming in out of the corner and flinging it into the net.
It is Sebastian's world, and we are just living in it. Unreal, as he just finds that angle through traffic. I think it might be RBG's night after all, Subi. They now lead 1-0. They had game 2 go. Everything went their way in game 2. They're off and running here in a tie-breaking third game.
Well, the Zookeepers are just giving RBG too much space to work with, and the hesitation is coming out from Zookeepers. They're starting to second guess if they should go for a ball, and it's not only throwing themselves off, but their teammates as well.
Bambi will collect. He set it up on a tee for Porklet. That shot's going to be blocked. And Porklet will wait back, so Bambi will come in. Now Tool, he is up. He finds the angle, and we are tied.
This is what they need to do, Stacks. Zero hesitation coming out. He sees the ball, turns immediately, and beats Rapid to it with a nice hard shot down the center of the net.
There is life in the Zookeepers after all. 3:15 remaining. This will be cleared to Seabass, and Aeon now to Seabass again. Surely not scoring from here. He does not. Tool cuts him off, and he tries to pitch it downfield with moderate success. Does not get the dunk. Now Rapid, blocked by Bambi, coming up on the halfway mark of game 3. Now Aeon, his shot, that is off the post and cleared away. Nobody rushing towards the net for RBG.
They'll get one of those a game, Stacks. We were talking about it, but don't rely on those time after time because eventually RBG's going to find their mark. Good touch from Bambi, but nobody pushed forward for that pass.
Aeon is pushed forward here. He clangs one off the crossbar. Seabass using brute force to bully that ball through. And there is Tool with a nice stop, but can Zookeepers get on the correct side of the field? They can't. Porklet will try now, but RBG seems to have this attack under control. They do. Now Seabass picks his spot, and he scores!
Oh, mama, what a redirect! And Aeon with the perfect pass forward. All Seabass has to do is position his car correctly, and he somehow puts it on target.
We've seen Seabass do some pretty spectacular things, this being his third trip into the Rival Series. I don't think we've seen him score on quite the level that we've seen him score this season.
We haven't seen many players in North America, period, score on this level. With that goal, that's his 31st of the season, and Porklet just off the crossbar there.
The extra couple of series helps, but he has been so important to everything RBG has done. Very similar to Monkey Moon in the European region. Here's Tool now to try and clear one away. Aeon will circle around on it, and another booming clear at Rapid. Seabass lurking on the weak side, and he will try to race Bambi to the ball, but that's well won by Bambi. One more touch to try and find Tool. He found him, and a blistering shot might have caught a deflection in.
Working with each other to push down the field. Good touch from Bambi up to Tool, and Tool with a good shot placement, knowing Aeon just spawned on that left-hand side, puts the shot inside the right post.
For everything Seabass is doing with 5 goals in this series, Tool is trying to match him. That's his third. And yet again, Zookeepers have answered the call. Now Seabass, beaten out by Porklet. That's a good clear down the middle of the field by Rapid, but he's got to get onto this quickly. And a good first touch to drop that down to Aeon. He didn't have a lot of boost to work with, so it was absolutely the right touch. Now Tool to the backboard. Here comes Bambi, and that's cleared over him.
Fast break.
Portland in a tough spot. Double touch on the way. No, it's missed. And that is all for the RBG attack. Rapid. He's trying to keep up with Seabass, but tell you what, there's only one player who's got a little pizzazz on this team. He's the player you just saw miss that ball down by the net.
Rapid came off the ceiling, pre-jumped that. That was insane.
Bounce shot, gets through the defense, does not beat Old Ironsides as the post makes another save for RBG. We remain tied in the closing seconds. There's Rapid with a drive. That's saved by Tool. Overtime is looming unless RBG can score right here, and they cannot as Portland saves.
This is a lot closer than I would have ever imagined, Stacks. Zookeepers trying to end their season with an exclamation mark. It would feel so good to take down RBG, but Rapid with a nice hard shot finds the net, and RBG go up in the series.
Well, it's nice to have dreams and hopes and ambitions and all of that, but then there's Rapid, who is just a dream killer, and there it is, 7 seconds in, perfectly placed. RBG in front in the series, 1 win away from securing a spot in the playoffs.
And Rapid showing up at the perfect time when his team needed him the most. That was his first goal of the series. Let's talk about Aeon, though. Getting the playmaker there, so crucial. Finding Seabass and Rapid just wide open and hitting them on a dime. They aren't having to slow up. They aren't having to change pace, change their path. His passing, the precision coming out from him is incredible.
And Playmaker medal is no strange artifact for RBG eSports. They've got plenty over the season. Rapid leads the league overall. He's got 4 of them. So it's surprising to see Aeon getting those Playmaker medals, but when you've got someone like Seabass to pass to, you're going to rack up some assists, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, at the beginning of the season, I was really expecting Rapid to be the striker of this team. And I think after playing with each other, and especially up at World Gaming up in Toronto, I think they realized, oh, Seabass is a shooter. We need to feed this guy the ball. And Rapid has taken a back seat, and he has had no problem doing so. And that's just testament to how great of a player he is, because yeah, you got to do your job, but it's so important to be able to let your teammates who have the hot hand go forth before you.
Seabass might be the best kept secret in all of North American Rocket League, hidden away on the bench for Ghost all of last season. Look, he's only got the 5th highest goal participation in a single season in RLCS history. The guy is a really good attacking player, and he's the biggest reason that RBG are now 1 win away from securing a spot in the Rival Series playoffs and maybe a shot at getting back into the RLCS for Seabass.
A good challenge there from Portland, but we were on board his camera, and you saw how far back he was past midfield. You got to be pushed up a little closer, especially when those passes are coming out to the top of the box.
Rapid over Tool, but he cannot win the challenge past Portland. But just that solo effort gets RBG in great position on the offensive end. Aeon to the backboard. Rapid coming on. Tough angle. He'll get a shot on goal, but it had no pace.
Good touch from Seabass to put it right back into the zone. And that ball over everyone's head, and Aeon with a beautiful save.
I think he might have learned that one from Astro, one of the better defenders we've seen. Those two teammates for so long in the Rival Series. What a save by Aeon. Keeps this game scoreless, but for how long? Bambi, now Tool. That's deflected away by Seabass. And Rapids bumped off the play. Can they get anything at all? No, as that pass is going to go to space. Problem is, nobody occupied that space for Zookeepers, and it's a giveaway for RBG.
Starting to scramble, but good challenge there, and a good push forward off the backboard. Rapid is there for the read. He's so good at reading the angles coming off that backboard.
Bambi missed on that pass from Tool, so Portland's got to be all the way back, and his teammates have to join him. Aeon will throw one deep into the corner that Bambi will have to play. That's a great first touch to find Portland, and Seabass has to retreat all the way to his own net. Back the other way they go. Action moving at breakneck pace now, back and forth. Seabass for Rapid. Aeon sitting back, and he will come up to play this ball. Seems like RBG is very content to cut off Zookeepers at the midfield line and just play the long game with a slow bleed, drain them of all their boost. Eventually they're going to break down. Maybe it's here, as that ball's going to sit harmlessly on the goal line because nobody from RBG came up.
They're just weathering them down, Stacks. That's all they're doing. Zookeepers are like a boulder sitting in net, and eventually they're just going to turn into grains of sand. The shots just coming out in force from RBG.
Bambi did all he could to get just a piece of that ball, and for all his efforts, RBG is still on the attack. Rapid around one, through another. Tool all alone at the net, and he just missed on the angle. Bambi stuck in net to try and do anything. He does finally get rid of this ball, but not for long. Now Tool's got to take over. This is ugly right now for the Zookeepers. They are just hanging on by a thread. What do they have, about 30 boosts between them?
Oh, Rapid barely missing on that shot, but yeah, Portland just went all the way back to RBG's half to get boost, and it worked well in their favor as they clear the ball all the way down. Let's see if Portland can do anything with said boost. Seabass is there to put it back to the side, and RBG just waiting to push forward on the offense once again.
The ball that is skied up on the RBG end after all that zone time. Hard to believe that RBG have not scored yet. This is an opportunity off the crossbar and sent away again by Tool and company. Here's Bambi now, throwing one towards the target, and Aeon will collect, and he controlled the rebound as well. And that's got to be so frustrating for Zookeepers because they cannot get any control on either side of the field.
Well, doesn't matter because right now game's still all tied up, and as we've seen, the scoreline can change in an instant. They've gotten a couple wide open net goals from RBG, but there's Aeon. Good poke up. Bambi's already up. Good read off that back wall.
Feathered his boost to try and preserve it. That didn't work out though. The ball's still coming right back towards the Zookeeper's net. Difficult ball for Portlet, so it's cleared away by other defenders as Tool's taken out, and now another clear from Tool off the respawn. Seabass again, blocked by Tool because he is doing everything except selling tickets in the concourse. Rapid will miss this. Now Portland around the boards. Can Zookeepers steal one in game 4? They do have the ball on the right side of the field. Final seconds ticking away. Seabass, I think, content to just play for OT. And after one more shot, that's what we will get.
I was about to say, you've got to be kidding me. After the onslaught that came out from RBG, it ends like that. But no, overtime we go. Aeon gets the demo. Rapid with a rapid reset. Over one. He's turned away by Tool.
Tool with highway robbery of Rapid's finest moment, and Bambi almost converted on the other end. That was spectacular from both sides, and we play on in overtime. That ball was, what, 3/4 across the net? This one might go all the way through, and Portlet stayed back. So Tool can play this, and it will be cleared by Seabass, but Zookeepers playing a little conservatively there. Might have cost them. Oh, it's a shot off the crossbar from Bambi.
Oh, they're equal now, Stacks. That one should have gone in.
Seabass on his way back, so Rapid can play it back in, but nobody else coming up. Now Seabass does, caught Tool in a compromising position, but he makes the save. Now Aeon and Bambi get caught up on the backboard. Seabass will just jam up Bambi there, and Portlet will finally clear it away. Well, this has been a roller coaster by itself, and we still have 3 more wild and swingy matches to be played tonight. Tool to clear another away. Portlet thought about it, but he's going to get back. And Seabass will play this over towards Rapid, who does have that to the backboard, but nobody else up And again, both teams now seem to be playing very conservative. The timing is not there on offense.
Neither team, just both teams so stubborn in the defensive half. You think you got him. We saw Tool out in no man's land and somehow makes a scrambling save on Seabass's shot. And a good stance there from Bambi. I like to see that pass cut off, but Seabass off the ceiling cannot find his teammate. And Porkley going to push this forward. They've got numbers. Tool's moving forward, gets the bump, but Seabass is there to put it into the corner. And we continue into overtime.
Yeah, but not for much longer. Oh, what a save by Tool. And he made another as well.
You have got to be
Spectacular.
kidding me, Stacks.
The game that never ends, and we're just fine with it. We got all night. This will bounce off the ceiling, and Tool will be left to play it. Porklet gave it a look, but now Rapid, one more touch,
Ooh.
and he scores!
Just puts it in the perfect spot under the crossbar. Nobody expecting this double tap. He feathers the boost perfectly and carries his team to victory.
And more importantly, Rapid carries his team onward into the Rival Series playoffs. More important than ever because they'll get 2 cracks at going to the RLCS.
Oh,
Wow.
I'm not kidding. My heart is going so fast right now. That was one of the best overtimes I think I have ever seen. As far as like shots almost finding their mark, that was insane.
Yeah, we've seen so many games that will have a ton of shots, 20, 30, even 40 shots between the teams, but not the high-quality shots that we saw there. I mean, you know, if this is the goal line, the ball was like, what, that much? That wasn't across? It was just remarkable how little room for error there was at the very start of that overtime. But ultimately, RBG does win. Man, we said it was going to be a roller coaster, Subi. I didn't expect this as just an appetizer of what's to come.
I don't think anybody did. Especially me. I called for a sweep. This is easy work for RBG. And then Zookeepers coming out looking like a top 6 team. I mean, I know that they're not going to retain their spot, but if they can keep this momentum moving forward and play like this in the play, they're going to be back no problem next season.
So we know RBG is into the top 4, and they can't move any higher or lower than that. That's just where they are. But we don't know who all the top 6 are yet. And in our next match, we're going to find out exactly who it's going to be. Chaos Esports Club, LinkedUp, top 6 and top 4 on the line, coming your way next.
Hello and welcome back to the North America Rocket League Rivals Series. My name is Lottie Van Praag and I am the desk host here at Rivals Series alongside my, super talented friends that I have on the desk, by the way. And you get more talented as the weeks go on. Turtle Stacks, thanks for joining me on the desk. Fantastic stuff from RBG across the board. Absolutely gutted for them about that first game of the series. And I was discussing this with Stacks in the break. Why does it always happen game one? It always happens game one.
Well, it always happened to G2 in game one all throughout the season.
Yeah.
I saw a post on the eSports Reddit. I didn't think of it at the time. They didn't win a single game one all season long. It's just some teams do take some time to.
It's a warm-up game.
Get started.
Yeah, it's really like a feeler out game. I feel like a lot of playstyles, if they really clash, the first game is probably the most important of the series. But then for other teams, it's really just a matter of getting the nerves out. I mean, if you're coming from a player perspective, it just depends on the player, obviously. But a team that has more nerves will just come out shaky, but then they really level out as the series progresses.
We did see that fantastic overtime that we saw literally just before the break there. So would you say, based on what we've seen in that series, do their playstyles clash? Would you say they do?
It's hard to tell because I think more or less Rival Series is the molding that we see of playstyles. So I feel like looking at it from a perspective of that is a lot harder to determine. I think most players in this league are very similar to each other, actually. So whether you want to consider that as clashing or molding, it really is just a matter of who's going to come out confident.
Absolutely. Well, Stacks, something that I've noticed throughout the weeks and just throughout the day, we're seeing more and more open net goals, and that seems to be quite a distinctive pattern in terms of where we can lose games. What happens for open net goals to be a thing? How does the team lose it enough to actually leave a net just wide open for oppositions?
Well, it's a communication breakdown. Teams get really comfortable on the offensive end. It's like it's almost like autopilot, and they just kind of play almost mindlessly at times, and then they just assume, okay, so I've done this, so X, Y, Z is going to happen. And then it doesn't happen. There's a bump, there's a demo, something changes in the, you made a great point in weeks past, assembly line of sorts. It happens on the offensive end as well. And
that's the easiest to break as well.
Exactly,
if it is an assembly line.
Once that assembly line breaks down, then all of a sudden the gates open behind them and everybody's kind of going, wait, you had that, right? No, you had that.
Yeah,
it's like confusing. It's like out of Finding Nemo. It's just mine.
That's beautiful.
And that's a major issue because it seems to be a huge issue for some of these teams, and that's where their downfall is. It's when those communication errors happen, and you can see it. You can see it happen on the screen where they were performing really nicely together. The synergy was perfect, and then suddenly it was just like a different team we were seeing on the screen. But hopefully for our next two teams that we've got coming up, that won't be the case. Hopefully no more open net goals, guys. No. Hopefully not. We got Chaos versus LinkedUp coming up very, very soon. Chaos eSports Club. Here we go. These guys looking pretty good right now. Beat Bullsend last week and up a 90, so doing pretty good for their record so far. And LinkedUp, obviously FMG did beat them last week 3-0. However, they did manage to pull off a win against Charlotte Phoenix 3-2. So that's pretty interesting in itself for LinkedUp. So this could actually be a really, really close matchup coming up.
Yeah, you've got a very talented player in Sosa who saves his best for moments like this. We saw coming down the stretch last season, he dropped 5 goals in a rival series game, ties a record with about 10 other guys. He lives for moments like this, and last week with the chance to spoil things for Charlotte, he just reveled with that opportunity. So I think that for Sosa, this is just par for the course.
Yeah.
He's going to pop off again. And Chaos are going to have their hands full with him, I think, because once he gets going, it's like a boulder running downhill.
I mean, that's the reason why they won. That win against Charlotte Phoenix alone from LinkedUp was so surprising for me. I couldn't believe it. But you're right. Sosa popped off. He had like 5 goals, 4 assists, 81% goal participation. But the thing of it is, I really don't know if that can hold up against Chaos, because you talk about Sosa who wants to prove himself. But when you look at Chaos's history right now, as the season has progressed, they have been progressing along with it and been dominating and actually living up to our standards that we've had for them the whole season.
Was it more in terms of the win against Charlotte Phoenix here for LinkedUp? Because looking at the stats, it's a 3-0 loss to FMG that they suffered there, but then a 3-2 win against Charlotte Phoenix. Was that
crazy.
More Charlotte Phoenix breaking down and not playing to the way that we know they can, or was that LinkedUp honestly just putting on their best performance?
I think it was LinkedUp's best performance by far. Yeah, they're a team that does just get better over time. I think if they played 100 seasons, they'd probably finish 5-4 or 4-5 at every single one of them. It's just because they're so wildly inconsistent and they take so long to get going that they struggle with this opponent or that opponent, and they don't score with the frequency that they would like to. I mean, they give up, let's face it, they give up a lot of goals, and that's why they find themselves in the hole they're in, where they can't make it into the playoffs, but they can still save their season and come back next time around by winning and getting into the top 6.
Well, let's think about exactly where they're going to be in this next series now with our predictions. So, Turtle, we're starting with you.
It's kind of a tough one, but I talked about it earlier. I really don't think you can stop Chaos. I think they're finally finding that stride. And Gabe, I think, is flowing in better than ever. And now towards the end of the season, they've kind of molded that play style together. Like I said, these are the training grounds. This is where you mold that play style. They're figuring it out, and slowly they have progressed. I think Chaos are going to take it.
Corrupted G did not have to come down to the rival series and join a team. I think he could have been picked up by an RLCS team. He did not come this far to come up short in the final week with a chance to get into the playoffs. I've got Chaos Esports Club here. I think that Corrupted G is very comfortable on this roster now, and they're going to roll.
I can agree more there, Stacks, to be honest, because if Charlotte Phoenix managed to beat FMG later on, then I'd be super thrilled for Chaos for getting into that top 4 position. So I'm also going to be going with Chaos as well. Gentlemen, it's time to get into the game, so please take it away.
Thank you, Lottie. Turtle, you've been in this situation with a must-win match.
Yeah.
Is it any different at all mentally from, say, week 2 when, you don't know what any playoff scenario is?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think in week 1 and week 2, for any league play, whether it's in the rival series or RLCS, you have a safety net of the excuse of, this was a bad week. Either even the first 2 weeks, you could say, oh, we haven't really found our stride. We don't really know what's going on. This has been kind of rough, but we're going to figure it out. But now, this is when you have to have it all figured out. You can't mess up here. And this is when a team like either Chaos or LinkedUp needs to step up, and they have no fallback plan of, oh, let's just look for next week, because there really is if you lose here.
What's on the line in this particular match, top 6 specifically, LinkedUp can only get into 5th or 6th if they win this match. They can't get into the top 4. Chaos can, but they're not in control of their own fate. They're going to need some help from Charlotte later on. FMG we'll see later on against Charlotte. They're an interested party as well, because if LinkedUp wins this match, FMG is clinched top 4.
Yeah, and that's crazy. But for Chaos, I think the odds could be worse. That Charlotte FMG match, I mean, on paper, we always say on paper, that's our go-to thing for rival series. They should win. But Chaos, let's just see how they perform here. And you want to take it one series at a time. Let's see how they perform here. Chaos versus LinkedUp.
We have sent RBG Esports into the rival series playoffs. Now let's determine something else. Chaos and LinkedUp are underway. It is Joe Freshness, kind of a fan favorite. Starting things off, Alpha Kep. is going to leave that ball, and it will be Mektos that clears. Now Taroko,
The double
only
demo.
Chaos player on the field after a couple of demos. This will find Corrupted G. And Chaos didn't have a lot of boost to work with, so Mektos is going to have to take his time.
The aggression from LinkedUp right away. Alpha kept getting 2 demos back to back, and then puts a banger of a shot on from Joe Freshness. So far, the pressure just blazing out of the gates for LinkedUp.
Corrupted G downfield. That'll be right at Joe Freshness. Corrupted has to rotate back, and it will be Mektos that takes over. We're yet to see how dangerous this Chaos Esports Club attack can look. But when they are on, they are one of the best teams in the league. Here's Mektos out of the corner, looking for a teammate to come on, but that ball is right at Joe. And this shot will be saved away as well. It is at Corrupted G, who will find Taroko. The shot is high. Gabe is there, but so too is Joe. A lot of fan favorites on both sides of the field. Of course, you talk about Joe Freshness, very, very popular in the official Rocket League Discord, as that ball is missed by the man of the hour. And Corrupted G, of course, he was extremely popular at the World Championship in London, which seems like it was forever ago with how things have gone for that evil genius since.
And Corrupted G, he's been in these situations before. The land, the veteran experience really does come into play, mostly in the rival series right now. You can see it. Everything is on the line for Chaos. This is a must-win situation for Chaos and LinkedUp. But with Chaos, it's almost like we have these predetermined thoughts and ideas of where they should be already.
I give it about 5 seconds from the end of this series before we see tweets saying LFT. The only question, who will be sending them out? Sosa banks this out, but it is right at Corrupted G, who could not get a second touch. But Taroko will find Mektos. That is a brilliant pass between a very, very talented tandem in North America. Now an open opportunity for Alpha Kep. Just couldn't get there in time as Taroko got a piece, and now he is lurking and waiting for a bad clear, but Joe got all of this ball, and back down it goes.
Right now, it's a battle of counterattacks, and here we see Mektos, he's just going to run away with the free net. Speaking of counterattacks, wide open field for him to take use of, and he does it in probably the easiest fashion you can ask for. A midfield shot just rolls in.
Lottie asked earlier, hey, how does open nets happen?
Yeah.
Well, that's how. A miss by Alpha Kep coming off the side there by the slimmest of margins. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
And now it is Chaos in front.
I think a big theme has also been, all of today, really, how fast you can break out and deal with counterattacks. We've seen teams that just turtle up, go on defense for minutes, it feels like, and then burst out, and it's that one opportunity. That's all it takes. You can hold on to defense for as long as you want, but when it comes down to finishing the shot, you have to do it.
Sosa trying to clear out for Alpha Kep, who was streaking downfield. Put the ball right back in, and it will be Corrupted G, blocked by Sosa. Sosa for Alpha Kep again. Alpha trying to drop one down, but he's pushed it wide. Follow-up opportunity will be cleared away by Corrupted G. Very patient was Sosa, so he could play this, and Taroko read it all the way. Little boost, no problem. He's going to have all day to collect as Chaos have set up on the offensive end. Mektos will steal a full boost out of Alpha Kep and LinkedUp's end. And now Taroko finding Corrupted G, but Joe got a piece. Now Mektos, double, saved away by Alpha. Now Taroko again. He will come up empty, so Joe Freshness can clear. But Corrupted G is going to meet him. That's a good touch to drop down, but better defended on the follow-up by Alpha Kep. It is a game of 4D chess being played on both sides of the field, and this time Sosa gets checked.
And just pay attention to Taroko. Joe Freshness was hunting him down. He had to go for the challenge, or at least dodge the demo. But either way, I really think that turning for the challenge was the right decision. You got somebody hunting you down for the demo. They tie it up, LinkedUp, somehow manage, after a bit of an awkward play on defense for Chaos.
This is not a rerun of last season. It is just Sosa scoring another clutch goal. It is Taroko to clear downfield, give Chaos time to reset with 23 to go. Mektos lurking and cannot get a shot off or a dunk. This will get out to midfield. Sosa's there. Mektos
got a
knocked
flip
off his line,
Oh.
and that is going to be saved by the bar. Back the other way with 5 seconds left. Last opportunity now for Chaos. After almost watching this game go out from under their grasp, they will
Oh, he kept it up.
overtime.
What?
But Taroko has other plans, and that should finally
Oh,
put other
no.
teams. There is no conservative play at all in
Yeah.
them. Now we will go to overtime.
And Sosa, we just saw a great opportunity. He saved his flip, almost got the clutch shot. Chaos barely get away on defense. About 10 seconds left in the previous game, or this game before overtime. But now, all it comes down to one mistake. And who's going to take charge in this game one?
It is Mektos. He's got Corrupted G waiting. And Alpha Kep does a great job of getting that ball well out of harm's way. Sosa for Alpha Kep. Double commit by
Here it
Chaos.
is.
It is only Mektos. He can only do so much, but he's done just enough. Taroko made one save, and Alpha Kep will finish. That was doomed from the start.
Wow.
With the double commit.
And save after save, Mektos had a chance. I feel like if you're Mektos in that situation, you gotta get a strong clear. The one initial shot, you could have gotten a banger of a clear, really. The shot wasn't anything amazing, but LinkedUp doing a great job of feeding the rotations in, constantly shooting, and keeping the pressure on. And I'm surprised because really I thought Chaos might have broken out of their half at that point, because after a save, it's so easy to counterattack. But LinkedUp, they kept the pressure on and were consistent.
One thing we don't do very often with LinkedUp, we don't highlight one player. Yeah, at times we'll talk about Sosa. At times we'll talk about Joe, but it is always a well-rounded
definitely.
team effort. 4 shots apiece from all 3 players. That's just been LinkedUp all season long. You can't just shut down one guy. You got to do something about the whole unit.
Yeah.
And they come up with it was a win. Of all the wins that have ever happened, that was one of them.
Yeah.
It wasn't pretty, though. And going forward now for Chaos, they can still hold their head up.
Definitely. I mean, Chaos, I thought they had, in terms of pretty, I thought they had probably the more better-looking team plays and passing. I thought the infield passing was solid. They were getting in the corners, even off the walls. Finding and feeding the ball in the middle was great. But LinkedUp, they did a better job of crashing the net. I think they forced a lot of mistakes out of Chaos, and that's really where they were hitting their strong points, was forcing a mistake. Like right there, we just saw so many saves have to come through, which just creates easy opportunities, and you can just finish an open net.
12 shots to 9 in game number 1.
Yeah.
Chaos comes in shooting more than anybody else in the league. You have to imagine that will continue as they average 9.5. I imagine they're going to be up around that double-digit mark
Definitely.
the entire series. So while LinkedUp held them to 1 this time, I don't know about in the future. We will see. Game 2 underway now with Taroko trying to get around Alpha Kep. And Chaos, again, the score doesn't matter other than they need to win to have any chance at getting into the top 4. If they lose, nobody can bail them out and keep them in the top 6 even.
Yeah. Everything on the line for Chaos.
Alpha Kep. One more touch. No, it does not come out far enough. Sosa was there. So
There it is.
Joe. Bounce shot in, and there is LinkedUp again.
And just comes down to speed, weird corner plays. It felt like Mektos was trying to get a bump as he was rotating back to net. And we just have Joe. He's just going to slot it in so much time. And I think that really came back from looking for a demo instead of trying to challenge.
And all of a sudden, every kickoff becomes critically important for Chaos, because when they give up little incremental advantages like this,
Yeah.
a team like LinkedUp, it can get real ugly real quick, especially with all the pressure on Chaos in this series. Not to mention the pressure on LinkedUp, but getting out to a lead like this, that's good for relieving that pressure. Brought back in, and Mektos will watch Corrupted G take over. Corrupted G needs one more touch. Alpha Kep won't afford him the opportunity. Corrupted G looking for a demo.
the demo.
He got it. Now Taroko trying to walk one in, and he misses off
Follow.
the corner. Follow is blocked by Sosa. It is Zookeeper-esque defense from LinkedUp.
And Chaos keep inching their way closer and closer to a goal, but they can't find the finishing shot. So many great passes, great plays. We just saw the demo come through, and yet the dribble and the flick was nowhere to be found. It bounced off the post. Unfortunate, but you got to hit those shots.
Corrupted G bringing another back in. It is bumper cars out there. What a redirect from Mektos. Corrupted G is stopped. So is Taroko. And nothing can get through for Chaos Esports Club. And wouldn't it be just like LinkedUp to score very quickly the other way?
And what were those saves? That was ridiculous. We saw the pass come through off the top of the crossbar. And still a double save almost from LinkedUp. And we just keep seeing Chaos feed the ball inwards, trying to open up our opportunities. They get a shot, but it's just saved.
Like the final boss in every video game, you just wonder, what do you got to do to finally bury this team?
Yeah.
Now Taroko will try. Of course, he's been the secret weapon for Chaos. It hasn't been much of a secret. Chaos finds themselves again on the back foot. Alpha Cap gave it a look. He may be able to turn on this. Instead, he is all the way back. Now Joe Freshness will go. Can he get one more touch? No, it is cut out by Mektos. Now Joe Freshness getting away from Mektos to win that ball. Create a scoring opportunity, but Taroko has this away. Mektos looking to try and keep it inside the lines. He could not, but Corrupted G will take over. 2 minutes left. Still plenty of time for Chaos, especially if Taroko can score here, but he put it right at Joe. I think he was trying to go behind the turtle, but Joe didn't take the bait.
And he was hoping for a pre-flip or something, maybe even a pre-jump, and yet the panic does not come out from LinkedUp, which is exactly what you want to see in high-pressure situations. It's so easy to panic on defense, jump, flail around with your car, and yet LinkedUp, they stay calm. And that's what I've been noticing as well from Chaos. It seems like their clears are so out there and fast and quick. And look at Alpha Cap, he's just going to come here and dunk him. What is going on right now for Chaos?
Right now, it's got to feel like Bizarro World for Chaos. Nothing is going their way at all. Alpha Cap off a challenge. That's not even a shot. That just goes into the net. And with 91 ticks on the clock, it is LinkedUp by 2.
Wow.
There is still time, though. That has been the mantra of this Chaos team. They have been in many close series. They have lost every close series they've played, but they have hung around right to the end. Alpha Cap, that is missed by Mektos, and it is off of Alpha Cap and in. And credit to Sosa for the great touch in front.
And look at the differences here from Alpha Cap. He keeps rotating and he stays in front of the ball, which is something that you would want to see from Chaos with how close they're getting whenever saves come in. From LinkedUp, if you just pressure the shot and keep staying in front of the ball with at least one person, you can have a follow-up after a save. They do just that, and LinkedUp looking so strong right now in this series.
We are not used to seeing Taroko with this many shots. He's got 6 shots. None have found the net, but that, of all things, will go in. Mektos finally gets a little retribution.
55 seconds left. Mektos, they finally slot one in. That's a little bit of a freebie. And Chaos, they're going to take it. They need a solid kickoff here, good possession, and another instant goal to have any fighting chance here in game 2.
It doesn't have to be immediate. They do have time with 50 left. It will be Corrupted G. Good flick over Joe. But the follow-up's got to be there. Taroko's taking his time. Time that he really doesn't have. But that ball's missed by Joe. The window is open for Chaos. And Sosa might have just slammed it shut. If not, Alpha Cap may be about to, but he didn't have any boost. All 3 Chaos players
final 30
in the same spot of the field, and that is not conducive to going downfield in a hurry. Clear by Mektos. That'll just be left by Sosa. Chaos have looked out of sorts. They have not looked coordinated at all.
Yeah, just like that. And we just saw a double commit. It's the final 10 seconds. LinkedUp, they're going to take this game.
They are indeed. The final seconds will burn off the clock, and that will do it in game 2. LinkedUp, 1 win away from saving their season, which going into last week, you would have thought the odds were astronomical, but here they are.
Yeah, I can't believe how almost different offenses we're seeing. I feel like Chaos should have been the ones to come out strong with that dominant offense, but right now LinkedUp, they're the ones who are crashing the net so much better. Talked about it earlier. After a shot comes in, how do you rotate? How do you keep following the ball and continue to put pressure on Chaos? They'll get a couple of solid shots in, right? But it's all about feeding somebody in the rotation after somebody gets a block, like if you're on LinkedUp. That's when the open and easy shots come through. LinkedUp, they're doing a great job of doing just that.
So now let's put your player cap back on here. You're down 2-0 in a series
this is
that
rough,
you
man.
absolutely have to win. Obviously, you can't get all three back at once. So what's the mindset here in game 3?
I think it's all about not getting tilted. I mean, we saw the dunk play. I think it was Alpha Cap who actually did get the dunk play in the corner. That's purely unfortunate, and it's all going the way of LinkedUp. And I think at that point, you're Chaos. You can say, we've had great shots in. Well, let's just keep doing our thing. Hopefully, we can start to finish these, because right now, the only thing they're missing is the final shot coming through and getting a ball in the back of the net. That's literally what it is. Chaos, they have great pressure. They can have good passes. Right now, it comes down to finishing. So don't change too much. Just focus on the shooting.
For Chaos, again, so many great opportunities in that first half of game 2. None found the net because LinkedUp figuratively and maybe literally stood on their heads to prevent the ball from going through. And the first game was an overtime loss, which had its ups and downs.
Yeah.
So, absolutely, Chaos very much alive, but on life support, perhaps. Sosa battling through traffic, at least got the ball downfield, but all that work has been rendered a moot point, because here comes Mektos.
Gotta follow.
Trying to get the reset. Oh, yes, he did. And boy, did he get some power on it.
Mektos, a flip reset, falls on the ball perfectly and nails the shot. That's how it's done. That's how you respond. 1-0 up here in game 3. Chaos starting to fire.
Any coach, any analyst for that matter, will hype up team plays. You got to play as a team. You got to work together. Mektos has heard enough of that noise.
Yeah.
This is trouble, though, as that ball rolling perilously close to the Chaos end, and it looked like it could have been a communication breakdown. It is still trouble, but cleared away by who else but Mektos, who has actually had a great second half of the season. Now Mektos, taken out by Joe Freshness. That could be a key for LinkedUp, as they might have the sense that this guy's got the hot hand. He has all 3 goals so far for Chaos.
And I like the idea of LinkedUp. If it's game 3, they haven't been too aggressive and physical, but if there's a time to change your play style up and give a little bit of some difference to stop any momentum from building from Chaos, that's where you start implementing demos and start getting in their heads.
Sosa up high for Joe. No, Alpha kept coming on. That will also go wide right. So Chaos, they escape unharmed, and Alpha Kep will play this maybe for himself, but he couldn't get up the wall in time. Joe now against Corrupted G. Been fun watching those two play so far in this series. Demos on both sides, and it will be controlled, not cleared, but controlled by Joe.
I love the patience there from Joe. Taking the dribble route, being patient, and he gave his teammates time to get boost and rotate back in. Now they're on the defensive end, but the miss comes through on the side of LinkedUp, and Taroko puts it in.
Yeah, finally somebody else scores, but this is just unfortunate. You'll see Joe, he was debating whether or not to go for that corner boost or turn on the ball, and by the time the decision was made, Sosa had to strafe across and could not get a piece of a shot he was not expecting to have to save.
Yeah.
Well, here comes Joe Freshness with his team trailing by 2. And don't give Chaos 1, because for as good a team as LinkedUp is with momentum, Chaos can match them blow for blow.
Definitely.
Sosa up the wall. He will have Alpha Kep waiting for a pass that's never going to find him. Now Taroko. Drop down for Corrupted G. And the demo comes through, but the save is still made by Sosa.
The demo was there. The shot just wasn't as strong. Corrupted G came in with speed. Just not the best accuracy, hitting the goalkeeper right before the demo. A good setup, though. And here's another one. Corrupted G swipes across the net, and they're just keeping pressure on.
Around, but not out of the zone. And now another opportunity for Chaos to try and pad their lead. Get 1 game back here in a series that they must win to have any hopes of getting to the rival playoffs. This shot will be blocked away after it hit, I think, the crossbar. And now Alpha Cap will have to retreat for boost. Not very far. That falls right into his lap, but that touch had no power, and it comes back the other way. Corrupted G again.
Oh, what a touch.
He's got Mekdos waiting for a follow-up. Now Taroko coming on. Who will take it? It's Taroko, and he didn't have any power.
Taroko taking it slower. Wanted to get the angle. Maybe it would have been better just to pop it over the crossbar, but still, Chaos have done a great job of keeping the pressure forward, punishing mistakes, and exploiting any type of opening on the LinkedUp side of defense.
Mekdos trying to get a very tight angle dunk. And that is deflected on its way towards the corner. Here comes Chaos yet again. Corrupted G and Mekdos. Who will take it as Mekdos? Eventually, Corrupted G's got to get involved in the play. He does. Mekdos tried to drop one down, but Taroko's nowhere in sight. With a 2-goal lead, no surprise, but it's Corrupted G who has to bail him out on the defensive end.
And what a clutch save, Corrupted G. That goal could have changed everything. There's still time for LinkedUp. They have a chance to get 2 goals here unless the security goal can come through. No, it doesn't. LinkedUp, they barely managed to stay alive, still trailing 2 goals.
It's always amazing. Moments like that happen throughout the course of a season, Turtle, but you don't notice them until you get to this situation. Where every mistake is magnified.
Ooh.
How about that from Taroko, finishing off Game 3 with authority?
And what a security goal to get. A double touch off the backboard. He has so much space in the air, and he does it. It's so fast. The way he redirected that initial hit was really what came down to allowing him to get the goal. It was so fast, you cannot save that. Or at least reading that is so difficult.
So LinkedUp will wait for these final 30 seconds to wear away, and then they will reset or try to figure out how they can close out Chaos. And so often we see it, these closeout opportunities, when you don't take out a team when you get the chance, the pressure turns onto you quite a bit because doubt starts to creep in, especially if Chaos can get off to a fast start in Game 2 or Game 4. Up it will go, and the only question will be, what will the final scoreline be of this game that Chaos had to win? And they did, 3-0. Now, they go on to Game 4 with still a lot of work to do.
And like you said, the idea of doubt, that feeling comes into LinkedUp. If you're a player on that team right now, you have a little bit of a thought, the back of your head thinking, I really don't want to get reverse sweeped. Chaos, they're starting to build momentum. This was a huge game for them. LinkedUp didn't even get 1 goal. They're running off of 0 momentum right now. And you said it, Stacks. They need to start out strong if you're Chaos and keep this momentum going to get the reverse sweep.
Consistently, game after game, all season long, we've seen Chaos rack up so many shots. We thought they were going to get a ton of shots against FMG, and it didn't quite work out that way for them. But we see all season long that they get all these great opportunities, and it's got to feel a sense of relief, I think, for them to finally get a few into the net, especially after the way Game 2 went.
Yeah, and this was a great game for Chaos mechanically, because I was talking about how they couldn't find the shots, but now we see double touches come in. We saw the flip reset, everybody getting involved, and I think it's great because the passes aren't nearly as predictable. Game 1's Game 2, I thought that Chaos had solid passing, but sometimes with the infield hits, it's really, if they can intercept that, you're linked up, and you intercept an infield pass, that's when you can capitalize really easily. So Chaos, they kind of held back from that, kept it a little bit more forward and a little bit more solo plays. That's really great to see, and now hopefully they can kind of just mix the two.
LinkedUp had a ton of momentum coming into this series. They were able to beat Charlotte Phoenix to prolong their season, and now they're in a position where they could take a top 6 spot. And it looked like they were off and running. They got off to a 2-0 lead, but wait up. Here comes Chaos Esports Club. Game 4. It has started. It will begin with Alpha Kep getting over Taroko, but it's well backed up by Corrupted G. Mekdos there as well, but the shot will bounce high enough that Sosa can easily play it. And back and forth we will go, starting off Game 4 on Utopia, looking to see if Chaos will indeed save their season, or if Chaos can bring it to Game 5.
And it's incredible to think of what's on the line for Chaos. A win here, they have a chance at top 4 and getting into that playoff spot. But then if they lose, they're out of top 6. There's no in-between for them.
Well, cars just flying left, right, and center across the LinkedUp net. This ball's got to get out to the corner. It does from Alpha Cap, but brought right back in.
There it is.
Just kills it off his tires. Here comes Chaos.
And they just kept the pressure banging in this corner. Corrupted G, a great pass off the backboard. Nobody even in position on LinkedUp. And they're going to take advantage of that because you really want to see somebody from LinkedUp go on the backboard. But the boost ovation came through.
Corrupted G, that was an awkward ball for him, but he controlled it very well. Even more importantly, got it to Mekdos, and away it goes. That LinkedUp will have to go the length of the field. Now Taroko. Oh, Mekdos is going to come on after the miss by Alpha Kep, but that's well played by Joe. Very patient, very spacious attack, though, for Chaos. Nobody's really falling over each other like they were in the first game and a half. Looking for Alpha Cap, not finding him because Alpha never jumped. Sosa will play this, though. No traffic going downfield into the Chaos end, however, and it seems like Chaos are able to play very confidently on the defensive end. They're not facing a ton of pressure. They're getting opportunities like this, though, as Corrupted G scores over, I think it was Sosa.
And look at the space that Chaos are using on this field. So spread out. And that is what starts a great passing play like this, is the positioning of players. You see the pass come through across the pitch for an easy shot against LinkedUp. Chaos doing a great job of spacing out. Here's another banger from Taroko. They're just firing shots right now against LinkedUp.
Remember what we talked about just a moment ago at the end of Game 3. A team that has a chance to close another team out, and then they let them off the hook, and they let them get going in Game 4. All of a sudden, there is no pressure right now on Chaos except to hold what might well be an insurmountable lead, even with 2.5 minutes left. The pressure has got to ramp up from LinkedUp. This ball will go off to the side. Alpha Cap is there, but look at how many orange cars are not anywhere near the blue net.
Positional play of having one person be the aggressor and two people on defense. It really is such a risky situation because nobody's there if a pass does come through. For that one player up top, LinkedUp needs the confidence to push up and have everybody be aggressive, but it's so hard against Chaos when they're putting in shots like these.
Corrupted G with his second of the game off a brilliant pass from Taroko. Alpha kept trying to defend it, and I think he was in between, okay, do I try to stop the pass or get in position for the shot?
And you saw the hesitation from Taroko, taking his time to see if he wanted to kind of glide the ball across the backboard or just hit it directly. He had the space to think and make the decision, and he made a perfect one, hitting it right to Corrupted G for an easy shot.
Mekdos coming on. They are not going to relent at all. Where LinkedUp kind of had taken their foot off the gas at points first couple of games.
Definitely.
Chaos are not going to let them come up for air. Joe Freshness.
Oh, good touch.
Sosa. It is decent, but cleared again by Taroko. And right now, I know you only got 3 cars on the field, but for LinkedUp, it must feel like they're in a 3v4 because Chaos are just moving so quickly to everything. They got a bump here, though, I think, and Sosa will score.
And Sosa, I think he might have actually gone for the flip reset had the bump call not come in. You see the communication. Sosa had a lot of options, but decides just to go directly into the middle of the net. The bump does come through. And LinkedUp, they got a minute and a half left. They're starting to carry momentum. It's a little bit late, but it's possible.
Physical play will do a lot of things to equalize a game. Still a lot of work to be done, though, as you mentioned. This will go right over towards Alpha Kep, and it will fall to Sosa. He never got the pass off, and that will slow things down to a point that I don't think LinkedUp can afford. Corrupted G interfered with at the midfield line. The shot coming in is going to be blocked, and now Sosa to center around again. LinkedUp playing with renewed energy, but still,
it's too late.
Yeah, not getting what they need. They need a shot on target. That was not one. Neither is this. This going to the wrong target, and it is saved just in front of the goal by Joe.
And Chaos, they're ready for this pressure. The defense might have fallen a little bit to that bump play prior, but right now, besides anything everything that they basically can control, which is not demo plays. They're pretty calm, and they really are dealing with this pressure solid right now with 30 seconds left. LinkedUp still trailing. Oh, double.
Osa, no. Alpha Cap, no. Joe, no. And nobody will.
And that's it. Is that
That is almost in the other way, and it is going to be of little consequence because it looks like Chaos have this one in the bag.
Yeah.
12 seconds, unless we get a goal right here. Exactly here. No. Corrupted G with a save. And that should do it as the seconds will tick away. Turtle, we're going to go to game 5.
Just like that, man.
And there's so much riding on this. Somebody at the end of this next game is not going to be welcome back the easy way next season.
1 game away from Chaos finishing the reverse sweep. A horrible start for them. They really couldn't find any shots on target, get pressure going, while LinkedUp, they did just that. But now the tides are turning. Chaos, all the pressure this game was them.
I don't have the way to check this immediately, but 6 shots for Corrupted G in that game. That might be a season high for him. We remember at the start of the season, he was very passive. He was trying to find his place within this attack that was mostly dominated by Taroko and Mektos. Now he's feeling a lot more comfortable with them. They're relying on him a lot more. And hey, look, he had a couple goals in a game. He's got, what does he have, 2 and 3 assists to go with everything else. Corrupted G, I think, has been the X factor for Chaos coming down the stretch. And he, as much as Mektos has been impressive in this series, I think Corrupted G is the most important player on the whole field.
And you can't even imagine what the comms are like, because I think, an on-player performance is always great, but I think of players like Lethamyr, somebody who on Ghost Gaming might not have been the most outstanding player whenever he was on that roster, but he was the team leader. And right now you want to see Corrupted G be that player who can, like you said, he has stats, he can lead on the field, but whenever it comes down to these crucial moments where the pressure is on, you got to be confident, you got to tell your teammates and instill confidence into them being that leader.
Game 5 between Chaos Esports Club and LinkedUp. These teams, they have plenty of history going back through the summer. It all comes to a head right here. Somebody will be LFT
This is it.
for Rival Series Season 9. Joe Freshness dive bombs onto Taroko. And that is how we start things off with a clear coming out the other way. Taroko has recovered, and he will not play this. Yes, he will, actually. I thought Mektos was going to take over. Taroko trying to bounce one out, looking to get a piece of Alpha Kep. He could not. And out will be Sosa. LinkedUp have been just dead silent for much of the last couple of games.
Yeah.
And almost fell victim to a little bump play there.
I want to see confidence in LinkedUp's performance. They need to push up more players and find each other with clears. Chaos, they're just making use of all this midfield space. LinkedUp, not really finding teammates. Just like there, we just see a booming clear. Now it's kickball. Chaos can have pressure again and respond.
I think when you see all these physical plays come out, it just comes down to the mentality of maybe do your job. Just go, get the demo, trust that whoever's supposed to be taking a shot, they're going to get that shot.
Oh, no.
As Sosa has here on an empty Chaos net.
And he's going to run away with it. It's all that miss right there from Corrupted G in midfield. He needed to get a touch there. Sosa just floats it in. And what a weirdly uncharacteristic goal for Chaos, as these previous games, they haven't really conceded any goals like that.
Imagine coming all this way, getting to game 5, trying to
the worst
pull off
way.
the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
And if this game ends 1-0, that's how the season ends. It will be a bitter pill to swallow. That mentality and more that Chaos has to deal with. The shot is high, off the mark. It should have been a lot better. And I think Chaos are going to thank their lucky stars that they got away with one.
Now LinkedUp, they're threatening right now on the offensive side. Really strong shots coming in the Demo's rotational play. It's almost as if they've been waiting and in hibernation the past 2 games.
They tried to pinch that ball downfield. It didn't get very far. Here comes Alpha Kep again, trying to set up the blocker with the Dominus. And LinkedUp remains on the offensive end. Only for a moment, though, and now Alpha Kep the only defender, has to get to this ball. He didn't.
What?
Corrupted G can't score as Alpha Kep finds redemption.
That was one of the softest shots, yet well placed, I've ever seen. Corrupted G, he put it on target. It had great placement, but it just didn't float in.
A ball that careens out to Alpha Kep, but he can't control it. It kicked up just a little off the wall. Chirocco tracking, waiting for Corrupted G's touch. Chirocco won the challenge. This is in front and cleared away again by Corrupted G, always waiting at the midfield line. Chirocco bumped away from the play, but that's a great pass over to Mektos. Now Corrupted G. He'll try the slow play. He was waiting for Mektos to come in and get the demo, and he just couldn't get there in time.
And that's where communication really needs to come down to it. Also, Corrupted G, maybe just go for a flick there. It's these dire moments, and he decided to trust his teammates. The demo didn't come through, and now they still trail by 1 goal.
Frustration has to be setting in for Chaos. They have to keep their cool. Still, only a goal, the deficit, with 100 seconds remaining. Corrupted G, got to win the race to the boost, and he does. Who will take this over then? It will be Joe. He has to go back to his own. And Alpha Kep now will have plenty of time to play this. Corrupted take it out of the play.
Good pass. Oh. And we see infield passes like that happen so much with Chaos, but the shot can't come in, and now Corrupted G almost gets a chance, but here's LinkedUp with a counterattack.
And that counterattack killed immediately by that demo on Sosa. Here comes Chirocco and Mektos looking for the block, and Alpha Kep makes the save. Good concentration. So too does Sosa. But the pressure remains for Chaos. They need a goal to save their season, and Joe has cleared another away. Another rally for Chaos. Another big clear, but no blue car on the other end of it. Sosa weaving his way through Chaos traffic. That's a great touch by Mektos, but it's followed up by Joe. 35 seconds remain. Mektos over 1, but that is trouble defensively. And Chirocco's missed it high, and that will be bombed away.
Final 30. So much riding on this next Chaos goal.
Another infield pass that is snuffed out. Sosa will clear it away. Reset now with 15 seconds. Chirocco intercepted, trying to play hero. Now Mektos, he'll try to go through the air, needs some help.
Final 10.
From the veteran Corrupted G.
Double commit.
Saved away with 5 seconds left. One more chance for Chaos. Their season on the line. LinkedUp trying to save theirs. Last opportunity.
No way.
Is it from Chirocco?
The buzzer beater. Chaos get it. The goal they needed. Their prayers have been answered. Chirocco puts it in off of a pinch, and they stay alive in Game 5. We've got overtime.
Because, of course, it would go to OT with one of these teams sticking around for next season.
What?
What a bump.
Oh, no.
It's an opportunity. Alpha Kep got no power beyond the shot, and Sosa couldn't guide it in. Alpha is waiting, and he will have to rotate out. Little indecisiveness there, but it hasn't proved too costly. And you only get, the length of the replay and a 3-second countdown to recover from that. Think about what LinkedUp have to be going through right now.
Instantly back in it. How are they going to respond? Both these teams now, dead even score, overtime. Next goal secures a spot for top 6, and if you're Chaos, maybe even top 4.
Sosa is waiting. Does he have one more brilliant moment left in him? He is still hanging around, but he only has 24 boosts. He is hoping to steal some boost out of the Chaos end, but it's not going to matter. Chirocco will play hero. He saved their season twice.
And all about that challenge right there from LinkedUp. You need to make a better hit. And Chaos, from nothing to something. I don't know where they got that buzzer beater goal out. They had been stagnant all of this Game 5, and then all of a sudden, they get the buzzer beater and carry that momentum into overtime.
There were profile pictures.
Wow.
Twitter bios being updated. LFT going out from Chaos, and then all of a sudden, oops, JK, LOL. They come back, and What a finish to get that goal from Taroko. That is spectacular.
In that replay, after they got the buzzer beater, they were changing their names from LFT because they were about to type it in. They just had to Control A and just delete all of it because now they're back in it. Chaos. Now they've got a chance at top 4, correct? If Charlotte can beat out FMG or there's one other instance.
There was one other that did exist, but of course Zookeepers did not beat RPG.
So now that's all they have riding for them.
Yeah, so now they just need Charlotte to beat FMG. That's crazy. That's all they need.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But that's what we say, that's all they need. Yeah. But then again, I expected Chaos to really mop the floor, at least not be this close with LinkedUp.
Well, hey, look, all they needed was one goal in regulation in Game 5.
That's all they needed. That's all they needed.
Waited 5 minutes
No big deal.
Excuse me, 5 minutes and like 3 seconds to get it. And Taroko, boy, what an individual effort from Taroko too, right? Like, can you imagine coming in with all the hype that Taroko has had surrounding him and Mektos particular, and then the spotlight is all on him. He tried a couple of times at the end of regulation to be the hero.
Yeah.
And then the ball just falls right into his lap, and he scores off of. That was not an easy-looking angle.
And that was just an absolute roller coaster of emotions because Chaos, the first 2 games of their reverse sweep start, they looked dominant. They were shutting out LinkedUp. And then all of a sudden, that Game 5, everything switched up, and LinkedUp were on the offensive push. And then the 0-second goal to the overtime clutch. What a series.
Well, what have we had happen here so far? We've had RBG clinch top 4. We've had Chaos secure top 6. Now they know they will come back next season at worst. They still have a chance at top 4. Another team that has already clinched top 4 is Afterthought. They have a chance to do something just a little bit better, Turtle. In our next match, they take on Upper 90. They win this match, Afterthought. They will be the first North American team to secure a top 2 spot. It's coming your way next. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the North American Rocket League Rivals Series. My name is Lottie Van Prague and I am your desk host alongside two fabulous gentlemen. I've got Turtle and I have Subi. Subi, you're so far away from me right now. I'm not used to this.
I know. I had to sit
How's it
next
going?
to Turtle here.
Yeah,
Good, man.
it's a new change up. Now I'm looking up. I'm a little bit scared now. I'm a little bit intimidated by you. And this floor shirt's been scaring
I can slouch a little if you want me to.
Oh, okay.
That
okay.
works.
Wait, just a little bit more?
Yeah.
There we go. Now
I like this. I like this new
better.
duo. This is a nice little new duo here.
This is a nice one.
I'm excited to hear you guys cast together. That'll be awesome. Talking about awesomeness, though, I mean, Chaos Esports
Wow.
Club clutching up at the end there. I cannot actually believe how that series went, if
Yeah.
I'm being totally honest there. And I'm not trying to take anything away from LinkedUp, but my goodness, they really did have Chaos in a chokehold for most of that series there. And Chaos are lucky to take away their life from that. I couldn't believe what was going on. So talk to me about what happened at the beginning there. Why couldn't Chaos find their feet?
They were so predictable. It felt like every time they touched the ball or find a pass, it would just be directly into the center. And then you notice when they started getting flip resets, these crazy mechanical abilities, these actually quality shots in, that's when everything changed for them. And they managed to take some kind of dominance in the series, and they carried it out. Somehow got the buzzer beater. That was probably one of the most ridiculous buzzer beaters I've ever seen because everything was on the line for them.
That was absolutely incredible to see that. I mean, relying on a last-second ditch effort, and then that ball squeezes under one defender, over another, into the upper 90. I mean,
What even is that?
you thank your lucky stars after that one. And then they just carry the momentum into overtime and win it. I mean, anytime you see a reverse sweep, it's always fun to watch.
It is indeed. I mean, Taroko as well at the end there. I mean, what a clutch
series,
player for his team right now. They're either sending him fan mail right now because of how incredible that was. They're probably just a brand new fan of him alone because that was honestly, that saved their life. That saved their tournament life in terms of their spot here. And having clutch players like that on a team, what does that do for you in terms of these moments that you need to overcome? You have a split second left to use here, and you need someone who's going to get the job done.
There's two ways it can go. It can either be a crutch, like a huge crutch, and I think it can personally lack a lot of your teammates' performance. Say you're the clutch player, then I feel like your teammates might rely on you a little bit too much. But for Chaos right there, you're just happy. You have a huge sigh of relief for them because they can actually have a teammate to rely on. And like you talked about, that shot was difficult. It wasn't a free net, the buzzer beater for him to get. He had to pinch it in between players, finish it off into the upper 90 spot. I have no idea how it even worked out.
Well, and it would have been so weird to not see Corrupted G in the Rocket League ecosystem somehow. I mean, it would have just been just so hurtful to not see him.
Painful.
Yeah, it would have been painful to not see him come back, but they retain their spot, and I'm so happy because I love watching him as a player.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. Well, we talked about the upper 90 shot there, and we're actually going to be seeing the upper 90 team in just a moment because they're going to be taking on Afterthought next. This is going to be, I personally think, a very difficult game for upper 90. Afterthought, they've actually clinched the top 4 spot that they need.
Yeah.
But of course, I'm sure that they would love to bump that up a little bit further to the top 2. And that is on the card to them right now. So they need to win this one to clinch that top 2 spot. And upper 90, they haven't done the best that they could have done throughout this entire series. And Rival Series is all about growing and learning and figuring out where you're at the moment. Do you see this upper 90 roster potentially staying together for next season, or are they going to have to switch things out in terms of roster?
I'm always a big fan of staying together and working on, getting through your hardships, but I definitely think it just comes down to mental awareness of the team, how they're feeling together. And right now in this match going up against Afterthought, it's going to be a tough one for sure because Afterthought, like you said, they already clinched top 5, but they obviously want to get top 2. Everything is on the line for Afterthought, nothing for upper 90.
Yeah, and to talk more about you saying you want to see teams stick together, I'm of the same vein. I love when teams stick together to work on their issues. And when you have 2 rookies on a team together, you got to work through the first season.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work well in your favor, you can't just give up after that. I want to see them stick together, and if the same result happens next season, okay, then think about going outside, looking at different options. But this team, they've had moments of greatness. They just need to work on simple issues, I feel like.
Now, in terms of moments of greatness, who is going to be the greatest team coming forward in this series? We need predictions, so Turtle, we'll start with you.
I'm going to go right away, Afterthought. They're going to take this series. Dapper, I've always been a huge fan of him. I love watching him play. I think that, even he did a handoff, I believe it was last week. He had so many clutch plays. All 3 of these players on Afterthought as well are very average in terms of stats with each other. None of them are really breaking a tiebreaker. They're literally in the same clump all the time. I think they're so balanced, and they're going to take it.
Yeah, I got to agree here with Turtle. Dapper, one of the most mechanically gifted players of all time. He's always been at the top of his game.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to drop the ball here. Upper 90 on a 4-game losing streak, Afterthought on a 4-game winning streak, and even if I didn't know that, I think I would still have to go with Afterthought in this matchup.
Sathy, Shock, Dapper, they're certainly not an afterthought for me. They're actually at the forefront of my mind, and I'm definitely going to be choosing them for this series. I think they have what it takes against this upper 90 squad, and I'm interested to see how they do close this one out, and I want to see them play in that top 2 fashion, so I'm hoping for a really good series going forward. Gentlemen, it is about time, so I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Lottie. And Turtle, Afterthought coming off of a sweep from last week against Bull Send. If they can carry that momentum into this matchup, there's no way Upper 90 can stop them even remotely.
Exactly. And I talked about average stats, and this is the crazy thing, is that everybody on this player has an average shot or shots per game of 2.85, which means the offense is always the same for them. It's not one guy taking the shots always in rotation and being aggressive. Everybody comes around, everybody cycles through, and they're forward as a team. And that is something that you want to see going into RLCS because you're not on the shoulders of somebody else. Right now, Afterthought have the foundation to make it.
Yeah, and we've seen so many times that one player might lack, but for a team to be successful in the rival series, all 3 members have to get involved, and this Afterthought team just shows that week in and week out. Their only loss against Charlotte Phoenix, where they just flopped on their face, got swept. But this one, not going to be the same storyline. They're going up against Upper 90, one of the worst teams in North America, but we've seen crazier things, and we've seen crazier things today with LinkedUp almost taking down I just blanked. Almost taking down Chaos eSports. I mean, it could happen. You never know.
Yeah. And I think one of the great things about this matchup is that Upper 90, I compare them to Echo Zulu. Echo Zulu, they beat out AS Monaco, one of the top 2 teams, one of the top 2 teams, of Europe right now in the rival series. So you never know what's going to happen with these matchups, and I think that's the great part about the rival series. But Afterthought, everything on the line for them. You want to see them get a top 2, and they've already clinched top 4. It's just how complacent are they?
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be happy with just a top 4 performance. I think they're going to just come out guns blazing, especially Dapper. He is so thirsty. He's licking his chops to get back into the RLCS.
Wow, that's beautiful. It's a very vivid image that you provide for me with Dapper, and I agree because he's a player. He's taken a break. He has taken breaks in the past. He's been kind of indecisive on what he wants to do. And then he comes back. He has to fight through the rival series, and now he's making the run of his career. And can you imagine the storyline if he makes it back into RLCS, even with Sathu, former RLCS player himself?
That would be incredible, especially you talking about the break. It is so hard to put down the controller, take time away from this game because the landscape changes.
It's always
so
moving.
Often. Yeah,
always.
It'd be like you trying to come back in the game right now.
Oh, I could definitely not do that. It's impossible. It's not happening.
I mean, you've got to grind. It's just like you're learning all over again. It's not like riding a bicycle. You can't just pick up the controller and expect to be right back into the RLCS. But for Dapper, the grind started a long time ago, and it's paid off. He's got top 4.
Yeah.
Now sights are set on top 2, but we're just waiting on one player to connect. Got to make sure that all the connections are good on every single player's end because we want a fair playing field.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the resilience as well to come down, and then after a break, you still want to fight for it. It's really easy for a player to mentally kind of check out. And at what point do you just give up? But Dapper, Sathu, they're players who don't do that in Upper 90. This is a moment for them to prove to themselves that this is also an opportunity and a place where they don't give up either because they've been faced against Afterthought right now, and maybe they're eliminated, but they got to go out with a solid performance and show up. And if Upper 90 can get a win here, that would be huge and at least give them confidence to trickle into the next season if they can make it.
Yeah, and we've been talking an awful lot about Sathu and Dapper, but we can't forget about Shock. He's actually the goal leader, most goals per game for this team. He's the offensive powerhouse. Even with names like Dapper and Sathu, he's kind of just been silent but deadly, if you will, coming in and just saying, you know what, guys, I don't need the fame, I don't need the glory, but I'm going to put some goals in the back of the net, that's for sure. And for Upper 90, Democat is the only one with previous rival series experience last season with Upper 90, and he's got to step in at some point and carry this team, put him on his back, because right now he's the one lacking on this squad.
And during this pause, go ahead and take a look at the updated standings. We do have those for you, which I'm actually very excited to look at because You see Charlotte Phoenix up there, Afterthought, RBG, and Chaos. They snuck in. I'm still in shock after the buzzer beater. How did that even happen? They managed to keep their rival series dreams alive, and later on, it's going to come down to that Charlotte Phoenix matchup against FMG. If they can win it, then Chaos will clinch top 4, and right now, Afterthought looking to clinch top 2.
And you said it, Turtle. I would love to hear the comms from Chaos eSports.
It would be beautiful.
But I think we've had enough talk on our end. I'm ready to see some gameplay.
Yeah.
We just can't keep talking about these teams. We need to actually see what they're ready to put forth on the field today, because talk is cheap and action is where it's all going to be banked at.
Yeah, and they're going to bring their A game, because Afterthought, so much here. Top 2, the seeding is there, and upper 90. I'm still curious to see if they're really going to come out here, because we have actually seen a lot of eliminated teams go up here against matchups and against teams. But let's go ahead and get into the action. Finally, Afterthought. How will they perform against upper 90?
Well, that's the big question coming out. And right out of the gates, the ball is already in the orange half. A mistake there from Infinite, and you see Ghost on your screen. He's actually stepping in for Melodic Misery in this matchup. The super sub combo could be coming out. Nice hard shot there from Dapper, and a little bit of mix-up gonna allow this upper 90 squad a little bit of time to push that ball towards midfield. Ghost with the touch out, but Dapper reads it well. They've got to do a better job of trying to clear this ball out.
Yeah.
Right now, not hitting the ball with purpose.
And I really am curious now that you said it. I didn't even notice the sub come in at first. We had Melodic Misery. He's out, getting subbed in for Ghost. And really, how is that going to affect their upper 90 roster? What kind of performance are we going to see? We've seen super subs come in before, and now a team that has nothing to lose. A sub comes in. He hasn't played pretty much all season. Now he has eyes on him. This could be a huge fire starter for upper 90.
Yeah, just a few games under his belt, and he's definitely made a name for himself. He's been no flop for his team. Let's see if he can do much with Afterthought breathing down his neck. Here comes Demo, pushes this ball forward. Ghost can't read that. Dapper gonna steal this one away, and Sathu given time over 1, and Demo with a clutch save for his team. The shots coming out for Afterthought time after time, and Ghost with a diving save, and Dapper not done. Afterthought refusing to be turned away from this orange half.
And that's something that Sathu has pretty much always been known for, is his dribbling mechanics and abilities. He slows the play down so much. Always love to see him catch that ball and perceive the field differently, because he has so much time. He takes use of all the space and gets solid flicks every time.
Oh, nice pinch there. Get that ball up, but his teammates were not expecting it. Gonna turn this ball over. Sathu pushes it right into the corner. Demo reads that well. Good 50-50 also. Dapper alone in the corner, gets it by 1, and that's where he's most dangerous. 1v1 scenarios, you can pretty much kiss yourself goodnight. And a good touch there from Sathu, but Demo gets a Demo onto Dapper. Good pass out, but Infinite was already rotating backwards. Both these teams looking evenly matched as we cross the first half of gameplay. Afterthought unable to do anything on offense, not getting too many shots as well. So far, 7 on the board. I'm mistaken. Just didn't look like they have that many opportunities.
Upper 90, I mean, definitely bringing it to Afterthought as well. The rotations are there. The defense is strong. Haven't given up any quick give and goes to Afterthought. So far, it's really a battle of possession.
Oh, this is going to be dangerous. Dapper with a much-needed touch, but Demo with his second Demo of the game. And you saw Sathu trying to sneak in, but a touch up onto the back walls, read by Dapper, and Ghost with a touch, but nobody from his team is there. Both members have already rotated backwards. This ball continues to just go back and forth. No dangerous shots put forth just yet, but both teams starting to get warmed up in Swing Shock, the most dangerous player for Afterthought. Turned away by Demo. And Demo trying to open things up. You saw Infinite trying to keep downfield, and a beautiful Demo. You called it out there, Turtle, but they're not going to be able to do much with it.
Right now, I'm looking to see how Afterthought, they're going to thread passes together. So far, upper 90, midfield presence has been better than Afterthought, and the defense is getting tested from Sathu, Dapper, and Shock. Like you said, you don't want to give them any opportunities, and they have done just that.
Demos happening
What?
all over
No
the
way.
field and gonna lead to the first goal of the game coming out from Ghost.
I mean, if you can't take a quality shot on the net, you might as well just murder everybody on the field to the point where it just has to go in either way.
And the super sub
That's
coming
it.
out, making
Yeah.
a difference. Afterthought has
telling
no
you.
answer so far in
It
the
is
first
a
4
benefit.
minutes.
It's a benefit to their mentality, and that's what I'm excited to see with Upper 90. It could be a huge play for them, and even on purpose to bring in somebody fresh and new.
Here comes Sathu, just in the final minutes of gameplay. Ghost with a good touch as Dapper was barreling down on that ball. And Dapper with a fast break opportunity coming off, needs a tight
There it is.
angle, can't find it. Infinite swings in for the save to hold on to the 1-0 lead.
And Afterthought, they're nervous. Dapper, he had a chance there. Here, as 30 seconds left in this first game, who will start to take the momentum of the series? So far, Upper 90 looking confident.
Looking very confident here in game number 1, and Afterthought have about 2 opportunities in the offensive half. They need to do work right now. Good dunk there from Shock. It's off target, and Sathu got to put this into the corner. 10 seconds remaining. Afterthought need to push down right now, and Infinite gonna kill valuable time. Demo up the wall, clears it towards midfield,
One
and
still up.
Shock keeps it alive.
No way.
Carrying this ball over, and Infinite kills it, and game 1 going in favor of Upper 90.
All right, well, this is the opposite of what I expected completely. Afterthought, they get shut out. No goals for them. 8 shots on the board compared to Upper 90's 3. And you think back to the double demo where everybody on Afterthought pretty much got murdered on the field. And now, really, Upper 90, I mean, how are they going to take away the rest of the series? Because Afterthought did not have anything going for them.
Well, right now, Upper 90, 6 saves put on the board, just turning away almost every shot that came out from Afterthought. Only 2 went uncontested, and you can almost call those shots just placement shots to see what the defense is doing. Nothing really too dangerous there. It just looked like Afterthought playing a little sluggish there.
Yeah, we want to see them be more aggressive. I mean, this is a team that should be known. You know, you got Dapper, the 1v1 skills. As long as you can open up space for Dapper, Shock, Sathu, either one of them, as long as you can open up a solo opportunity for them, you're set. Because they always will hit that flick. They'll always get a solid shot. And even Dapper, I'm also thinking back to that corner play. We had one opportunity, could have got that shot in. It got saved. Not the best looking shot, but at least some kind of momentum was built for them. But Afterthought, that was definitely a feeler game.
Yeah, and right now, Sathu, obviously no members with anything on the board. But last week we saw Sathu, just a beast awoken inside of him and just came to play. So you got to wonder, should we call him out again? Is that what he needs?
To get another one of those double touches.
Just to get
it's possible.
Something.
Yeah. I mean, he can do it. A player with previous experience in RLCS, he knows what it's like to be in these situations. And Afterthought, I mean, are they just complacent? Are they okay with top 4? Let's find out here in game 2.
And the players are underway. Kickoff going in favor of Afterthought. Shock pushes it right into the orange half. A misplay off the back wall. But Infinite is there to clean things up. And Afterthought aggressive here in game number 2. But Demo by 1 cannot get by Sathu. But Ghost going to keep the pressure and use a lot of boost as well. Maybe not the smartest decision there. It puts him so far out of the play. And Demo, good pass into the corner. Infinite on target, and Shock puts this one to the sides. Puts another save on the board as well.
And it feels like Afterthought are just slow to get out of their own net. So many shots going unchallenged. And right here we see a double commit because nobody was there in midfield. The challenge now an open net. I don't even know how that gets turned around like that off of a double commit. That really should not have happened. But it seems like Upper 90 let him slip away with it.
Well, you saw the last player there committing in the final second there, just diving at that ball, and you got to scratch your head a little bit because you are up in the series. You could take this Afterthought team down, but their mentality right now is just, we're sending the house. We're going to try and get a win no matter what.
And this is where things get scary because now you've opened up the momentum for Afterthought. The first goal of the series for them has been scored now. Will they carry any of that energy forward and be more confident with how they play?
It's always dangerous when you see a player get a goal, especially when that player is Dapper, not the guy you want to get hot. And Shock saves that ball into the corner, but Infinite's going to turn on it. Passes it off to Ghost. A little miscommunication there, going to turn this ball over. Ball touched up towards the ceiling. Sathu just gets underneath it and pops it up. Here comes Shock off the backboard, and nobody there for the follow-up, but Infinite gets challenged by Dapper, and a nice pass from Shock.
What a
Zappi
dunk.
sends it up, it's rolling down, a misplay, and Dapper capitalizes.
And look at this dunk from Sathu that started it all off the Demo touch. He just destroyed everything Demo had involved in going for that play, and Dapper's there for the easy follow-up. A harder read from the defensive end if you're looking at that dunk. And Sathu doing a great job of getting a security goal here in game 2.
Well, and Dapper also positioned himself perfectly,
Yeah.
where if the defender even does touch that ball, he's hitting it up right into the bottom of Dapper's car, and it's going to pinch in. Smart gameplay coming out from a veteran player, and that shot is on target. They caught Upper 90 sleeping.
And now we're starting to see Afterthought really push forward and exploit a lot of these openings that, in my opinion, these weren't even here really for the Upper 90 defense in game 1. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence. And when I say maybe, I mean definitely, because they have been over-aggressing for almost all 3 of these goals.
Yeah, maybe got a little too confident in their abilities, not respecting the gameplay of Afterthought. Going to be chasing 3 goals, but 3 minutes to work with. A goal a minute, definitely an easy task, but Afterthought going to do anything they can, and you saw the double commit come out.
Yeah.
Shock.
Look at how patient he was. He didn't even hesitate at all. He was the last man back and still didn't even get scared off the shot coming in.
Good resilience coming out from him, and a nice touch from Dapper into the corner. Sends that one up, and Infinite misses, but nobody home from Afterthought. Both members already rotating back to defense. Here comes Sathu. That one got away from him, but Shock's there for the catch and carry. Puts a flick on and can't get it under the crossbar.
Oh, he follows it up. Shock, and there it is. He gets it in. I don't know how he followed it up. He saw the bounce come in. He stayed aggressive and just flipped his car upside down with a backwards flip. That was, I thought it actually reversed it. That was crazy. Shock, what a shot.
Well, that's just a testament to why you just keep pressure on your opponents if you're in the offensive zone. Sometimes you don't need to rotate out, especially if you see that ball right above your head. And a Dapper with a good save there. Demo puts a soft shot on target up off the crossbar. Here comes Ghost. Up high over a lot of defenders, but Dapper didn't bite whatsoever. The net's open, nobody home from Upper 90. That's where you got to wonder about those comms coming out. They had a good opportunity to at least get one back against this 4-0 deficit.
Upper 90, I mean, just start something like you said, Suki. Get any form of momentum going, confidence, bring it into the next game if you want to have a shot. But other than that, Afterthought, they have been calm and collected. Maybe that really was game 1. They're just feeling out their opponents, trying not to get too over-aggressive, because that is probably the #1 way to lose in a game you should definitely win on paper, is be too aggressive and too confident.
Oh, and Shock pushing the ball in by himself. Had no one to pass to, but he needed no one but himself.
And he wrapped around to the side of the ball. How did he have the idea to even do that? Because normally you think he would just go for the challenge, but he saw the patience, saw the space, and decided to go all the way on the other side, forcing the ball in.
I was about to comment as well on what a smart demo that was, but in the end, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
As Shock
He just did it himself.
Tons of power put on that ball, and that ball was going nowhere other than the back of the net. At this point, Upper 90 can really do nothing other than get a goal to carry some momentum into game number 3, because game number 2 has been all Afterthought.
And what a job they've done to recover from that first game where they couldn't find one single goal, and now here they come out with 5. Complete turnaround for Afterthought. What we expect from them, and you really got to hand it off to Shock. I mean, he's had a hat trick for all of game 2. Let's see if we can get another one here as he air dribbles this in. Looking for a 50, but no, they just keep possession, and they're just passing around, really staying calm here in game 2.
Oh, and Dapper with a nice catch, nice turn, but a better save from Ghost. Somehow keeps it out of the net, and Infinite can't get that ball in as Shock comes back in the last second. And in the final moments of game number 2, Afterthought, they didn't like being shut out in game 1, so they do the exact same thing in game number 2. But this time, they put 5 on the board.
And I think that's a really huge statement for Afterthought, because Upper 90, I mean, after winning game 1, they are starting to build confidence saying, maybe we can do this. We can take down Afterthought, a team who is at the opposite side of the league in rankings right now. And coming into game 2, they had that confidence, but get completely destroyed by Afterthought, 5-0. And now looking into game 3, it's still 1-1.
And 10 saves put on the board from Afterthought. That's incredible. If you would have told me that, I wouldn't believe you. It didn't seem like Upper 90
had
at all. Too many dangerous shots whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think the difference was they were challenging those shots and pushing forward. And in the first game, it felt like they were really stagnant and on top of each other on the defensive end. Me and Stacks talk about and call it the assembly line, where you just kind of rotate in, stay behind somebody, and that way you have 2 goalkeepers in net instead of somebody actually pushing forward and challenging. So they did a great job of pushing forward, getting into the space, and then being there and blocking out the opportunity to hit something on net.
Yeah, I agree. It just seemed like in game number 1, they were almost leaning back on their heels. And game number 2, it's where the momentum carried them forward, and now they're starting to run. And it's not looking like a marathon right now.
But it's still 1-1. If you're Upper
1-1.
90, you just got to keep telling yourself it's technically 0-0 if you really want to look at it like that. It's a common phrase that most people use just because if you can just forget about this game, understand that this didn't happen, and then push forward, that's all you want to do if you're Upper 90.
Yeah, if mind erasing is your thing, it's going to be easier for Afterthought. They only got shut out by 1 goal, but Upper 90, this one's fresh in their mouth. 5-goal deficit.
Yeah, that's huge.
They've got a lot of work to do. Game number 3 is
and they
about
couldn't
to be
even
underway.
get one as well. It would have been nice to see them start with something in the previous game, but a shutout from Afterthought. Now let's get here into game 3. Who will take the lead in this series?
Upper 90 need to come out quick and get an early goal just to carry some momentum into this game number 3. And a good touch there off the back wall. Infinite gets the read, but Dapper gets the save. And Sathu with a good dunk to push that ball towards mid.
And a great save from Dapper. I mean, the rotation, and he had to get the touch. Otherwise, he would have given up a goal right away to Upper 90. They keep it 0-0 here, 30 seconds in.
Saw Dapper there, 0 boost, but finally gathered some up from that corner. He's going to go up to challenge this ball, but Infinite wins that 50-50. Good touch there from Demo to keep this ball in the blue half. Sathu, a lot of time to work with, but not a lot of boost. And somehow, by 2 defenders, here comes Dapper off the back wall. Nobody there for the cleanup shot.
And I'm surprised at the hit from Dapper. He can hit those double touches. Definitely looking for the solo setup to have some kind of follow. But it just goes a little bit too low for him to get any speed and find a double touch.
And right idea coming out from Infinite, but that pass has got to be a little harder to push that ball forward. And Dapper steals that one away. Nice pinch downfield, emulating
what
Cook's
a touch.
And Demo sneaks that one by the defender, pushes it back into the orange half. Dapper coming off the side wall, couldn't get the read, but Sathu's up on that back wall. And right now, Upper 90 peppering the back wall of Afterthought, and a good save from Shock on the goal line. But right now, the defense too strong. Double command from Afterthought, and Sathu for a last-ditch effort.
And what a save from Sathu. That hit was really the difference in the only defense, but what a flick as well from Dapper. It's these solo plays that come out from Afterthought I always expect to get a solid flick, and I'm never disappointed whenever any of these players have a solo attempt. And there it is, a pass out. Shock's going to put it in off of Sathu.
Sathu with his 15th assist on the season, and he just feeds Shock in game number 3. Good shot placement as well.
That pass was fantastic. Sathu in the corner. It's so easy to get the ball glued to that wall and just have it wrap around, which is probably the worst option of the two. But he hits it out, and that's exactly the kind of pass you're looking for if you're a striker.
Dapper keeping this ball in the orange half. Sathu coming in, looking for a boost steal. Didn't quite get it, but he did get midfield. Gonna have to go up and challenge. And he keeps the ball in the orange half. Dapper with a good demo there on Infinite. And this ball's wrapped around in once again. It's turned away, but right idea. Sathu and Shock starting to look scary.
They had to set up their Shock, just couldn't find the angle. Definitely gonna be a bit frustrated after that one, but just gonna respond. Don't let it tilt you and keep pushing forward. What a shot from Ghost. What? Out of the corner. He nails it in.
Oh my goodness. Here comes Ghost off the wall, and there goes the ball into the net. Dapper couldn't get the save, and Upper 90 making a goal look easy.
And did you see the timing on his flip? That is how he got so much power. He timed it perfectly. And now this one's going to roll in. Where is the defense off of the kickoff? Now Upper 90 take the lead in game 3.
Demo just wins that. Shock misreads it, and those are going to happen from time to time. But Demo finally gets a goal. Prior to that, Ghost was the only one from Upper 90 with one on the board.
And now, I mean, look at how fast things have changed off one little mistake and a great shot.
And that's what separates the good rival series teams from the great rival series teams, is the ability to capitalize on mistakes. And the Demo comes out to open things up. Dapper puts it through the smoke screen to tie game 3.
Speaking of capitalizing off mistakes, off the Demo, not necessarily a mistake, but definitely a great play from Afterthought. Just chasing the man in the air, opening up space. And now the shot comes through. They're tying up the game. 2 minutes to go.
Dapper not going to miss that one. Not going to allow another easy goal for Upper 90. But here comes Infinite. Wins that 50-50. Demo was already up. This is, not going to touch the ceiling, and that benefits Shock. And Afterthought pushing down the field. Working it left to right is Demo, but Sathu is there for the challenge. Infinite wins that 50-50, but can't get it by Dapper, and Upper 90 struggling to find boost and struggling to get out of their own half.
And this is game 3, a huge moment in this series. Who will take the lead right now? As what? Dapper the catch on the top of his hood. He puts it in. How did he catch this?
Well, Dapper,
look at this.
We're gonna check you for some Velcro on the hood after the game, because that ball just stuck to him, and he put it right in the crossbar.
Got some like adhesive glue, put it on top of his car, and he just caught the ball.
And Afterthought with the go-ahead goal in game number 3. Good drop-down pass from Shock. Sathu with the shot placement, and they go up by 2.
I thought the Chaos Series was going to be a roller coaster of emotions, but now we've got Afterthought and Upper 90 battling it out as to who's really going to take lead. Upper 90 at first doing a great job, but Afterthought here, they come through with 2 quick back-to-back goals.
And Shock said, I got a hat trick in game number 2. I feel like a playmaker in game number 3. Just doing all that he can for his team. He must have heard our pregame talk, got a little mad we weren't giving him enough credit there, Turtle.
Definitely. And we were talking about Dapper and Sathu. He's like, hey, I'm still here. Where is my love? And Shock, the rookie with not nearly as much experience as Dapper and Sathu, comes in and has a better performance right now than anybody on the field.
And Upper 90 down by 2, 30 seconds to go. They need to get to work quickly. Afterthought just keeping the pressure on. Infinite with a good pass down, goes with a shot on. It's worked for him once, but not that time. 20 seconds remaining, and Afterthought just killing time. Great ball there in midfield, keeping it high, forcing
good turn.
Upper 90 to use a lot of boost, and Sathu with the flick, and Sathu with the goal.
And he's one of the best players at doing this, reading the field and knowing when he can dribble. Sathu so clean to turn right there with the decision making and then get the flick on. What a play from him. And now they're up by 3 goals here in game 3. They're going to take it.
This one was looking close early on, but once Afterthought got a little momentum, it was a snowball rolling downhill. And will they add another? I'm going to say no, as they let this ball hit the ground as it continues to roll in the corner. Upper 90 maybe just want a feel-good one, but no. Ball hits the ground, and Afterthought with match point with a decisive win in game 3.
And this is a huge series for Afterthought. Upper 90, they're already eliminated from the rival series right now. Afterthought are looking to clinch top 2. With a win here, they will secure it. They've already gotten top 4, but you need to get that top 2 if you want to have the best shot here at going into the RLCS.
And I think The one thing that we saw from Upper 90 that was working was the demos. That's what was opening things up. And in games 2 and 3, they've gone away from that. And you're allowing Shock, Sathu, and Dapper to all be on the field at the same time.
Yeah. And get those 1v1 plays.
Well, and it's a deadly combo. I mean, we saw the passing plays. We saw the 1v1s. You got to take someone out of the field if you want a shot at winning if you're Upper 90.
Exactly. And Sathu alone, I think, I've always talked about it. He does such a good job of reading the field. Dapper did that as well. And then Shock, he comes through with some great plays. I think that Afterthought, I mean, it's a high-scoring games here. These are nothing like low. Like game 1 was complete opposite of everything we've seen so far. And like you said, the double demos. You want to throw Afterthought off of their game. But can we talk about, I believe, was it Ghost in the corner who got the shot? Who got that crazy corner angle? They need more of that.
It's a hard ask when you want your sub to step up. I mean, I feel like as a starter, you've got to say, all right, sub, come along with us. But you might be right.
The super sub. He has it on the line for him, okay? Just look at the history, all right? Season 1, they can do it. The super subs have always been there. Look at Turbo. It's possible, man. Upper 90, they still got some stuff to fight for. Looking for any kind of recognition. A win here against Afterthought would be huge, but how are you going to do it when they're facing top 2?
Right now, it just feels like Afterthought can do no wrong. Game number 4, all they need is a victory. And they will clinch top 2. Shock challenging that ball to the side. Good pinch there from Ghost, but that one's going to be turned over to Afterthought. Infinite going to bomb that one up towards the ceiling. Sathu going up, and Demo gets sent to the sky, and Dapper Demo gets a touch on that one. Great challenge. Not expecting that at all. And so far, Afterthought unable to get any offense started, but they have had ball control in midfield.
I think one of my favorite things about watching Afterthought play as well is the unique variety that they bring to the way they approach the ball. I feel like they're either always on the ground and dribbling, and then all of a sudden they'll randomly get a bunch of pop-up passes, keep it in the air. They can mix it up, keep it all over the place, and stay unique with their play style.
Oh, that is gotta hurt as Dapper reads that pass perfectly and go up by 1.
And a poor touch from Infinite. Didn't manage to get any power on that clear. And then here comes Shock with a great pass out to Dapper off the post, I believe it was. He's there to finish it.
And at this rate, Shock trying to catch Dapper for the assists on the season. But, man, Dapper already with 28 this year. It's going to be hard to catch him. But I love the team plays that we're seeing. Just so effortless going up and down the field. And that touch over by Demo is going to be sniffed out by Sathu. Open net, but Infinite is there to carry it to the side. And a good touch there. Nobody home for Afterthought, and Dapper somehow pre-reads that.
A nice pre-jump. Put his body in the way of the net, covering as much of the angle as possible. Barely got a hit. Now here's Sathu, another dribble opportunity. Goes for the bump. Doesn't land it, but Dapper, they keep the pressure in, and they keep feeding into this upper 90 corner.
Oh, that was a good scoop there from Infinite. Demo's going to get a shot at net, but Shock puts that one to the corner, and Sathu is there to push it towards midfield. Afterthought send 2, and it ends up working. They push this ball towards mid. Shock gets read out by Ghost, and Infinite going to try and do something with this, but Demo starting to lurk behind him, pushed up a little too far, and Dapper going to try and punish him for it. Poor touch from Sathu, but Dapper puts it towards mid. Dangerous passing play. They're not going to be punished, though.
A great read from Shock. I mean, the pass was red, but now here's an open opportunity for Sathu. Can he foot it away? What? Off the post. And he doesn't find it.
Oh, and upper 90 get away with one here in game number 4. And they're going to be thanking their lucky stripes and stars, but Shock going to put that one in, and Sathu gets the assist.
And this is really just more or less an onslaught. It's very passive-aggressive play from Afterthought. 1 second, they're all on defense, putting the pressure on, and the next, they got to get a goal line save. But so far, it's only Afterthought punishing on mistakes like that where it's just over-aggression from upper 90.
Infinite going to send this one down, but not too dangerous. Afterthought doesn't panic whatsoever. That's a dangerous pass. Ghost over 1, Ghost over 2.
And nobody's following.
And no follow-up. When you're down 2 with 2 minutes to go, And nothing left to fight for your season. You gotta send the house on that.
Oh,
And Dapper just misses, but Shock
Wow.
there for the cleanup. Gets his second in game number 4.
and you can't blame Upper 90 here for panicking a little bit. I mean, you see Dapper go up for that. He would have actually had the shot, maybe if both players didn't double commit. It's almost like they helped each other save it and an easy follow-up. But you got to give credit to Dapper with the great mechanical display.
And 3-0 in favor of Afterthought. Upper 90 need to score within the next 50 seconds, because what we're used to seeing is that 3-0 scoreline being the unattainable deficit. Shock carrying that ball down. Infinite just going to push this into his own corner. Demo read by Sathu. And Dapper going to push this one up, forcing Infinite to go up. Nobody in net for Upper 90. Shock can't get a shot on target. Sathu's going to send this one into the defender and still hold on to offensive possession. Right now, just looks like Afterthought's trying to kill time. They know that if they carry this on through, they're going to be top 2.
Yeah, just keep possession. Don't over-aggress and get too desperate for goals. And that's exactly what they're doing here. They're looking for back passes, looking for slight little touches, like right here we see to Sathu from Shock. Anywhere where you can keep a teammate somewhere close to challenging the ball. And that's how you want to do it. You just set up your team.
That was a great back pass coming out from Sathu. And how about Shock to Sathu? It's been a storyline of the series.
Fighting for top 2. The 4th goal here in game number 4. Sathu's going to put it away off of something we've seen so often. It's a pattern for Afterthought to open up opportunities off of a poor positioned Upper 90 defense. And now the lead seems too big to handle for Upper 90.
Yeah, Upper 90. I mean, Afterthought would have to shoot themselves in the foot to lose this game. I don't see it happening. Dapper pushes that one down, and they're just going left to right, high and low, just trying to make Upper 90 scramble, because the more time off the clock, the closer and closer they are to top 2. And a nice shot there from Infinite, but too slow is the follow-up. It's been the story of the entire game.
Just hesitation for Upper 90, but you got to give it to them. They have fought well and hard throughout this entire series. Even with a sub played in, they gave it their all. Afterthought, it wasn't an easy game for them, but definitely a clean one. And they're able to win the series. They make top 2.
And as someone that's a big fan of Dapper and Sathu, you got to just be smiling right now. They've put themselves in top 2. They've put themselves in a great place to propel themselves back into the RLCS.
And wow, I mean, just think about Dapper, like you said, the mentality he's having. They have got to be ecstatic. A great season all throughout for them. And now you're looking as to how you can, go into playoffs and upgrade your performance. I mean, it was definitely a cleaner later series, for Afterthought. But there were a couple of mistakes here and there. But I think that it's really the end of the season. It's winding down to these dire moments. And Upper 90, they have great skill potential. They had great shots. And that's really what it came down to, was just breaking the defense. Afterthought did the best job.
Yeah, they got shut out in game number 1, and it just seemed like that upset them.
Yeah.
So they just came out and smacked Upper 90 right in the face after that. And they're going to be hard to take down in the playoffs.
I mean,
is anyone going to be able to do it? Has to be the question.
I don't even know really what to say about that, because Afterthought, I've watched most of their games, and I feel like a lot of their passing plays is really RLCS caliber. The only thing that makes me hesitate is just how fast they can do it, because this team, they have the potential to be faster than a lot of RLCS teams, actually. It's just when they choose to put on that speed and outpace their opponents versus when we get a game 1 where they're kind of feeling them out. In RLCS and against those RLCS teams, you really got to come out swinging right away, and I think they have what it takes.
Well, we've had an exciting day so far here in North America, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah.
As the final matchup of the day is going to be next. It's going to be Charlotte Phoenix against Full Metal Gaming. Winner's going to go ahead and push themselves into top 4, but top 2 contention is in the line. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it.
walking on the moon. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon, we dance again. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance that I've never been. That I've never been. That I've never been.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing
Hello and welcome back to the North America Rocket League Rivals Series. My name is Lottie Van Prague and I am your desk host today alongside two fantastic gentlemen. Back again to the original duo we had starting week 1. Got Subi Smash and Stacks with me, of course. Guys, again, another pretty epic series that we had on our hands here. I really did think that Afterthought were going to kind of run away with this one like a speed train in the distance, but actually Upper 90 were there as a roadblock pretty much throughout that series, and I was pretty impressed with how they held themselves going forward. But Afterthought, they did start to really clear up at the end there. Subi, you were actually casting that last one. Talk to me about Afterthought and what you thought about how they played in the series.
Well, I was scared in game number 1. It looked like maybe Upper 90 was going to slay the Giant, but in the end, there was just nothing that Upper 90 could do to Afterthought. Afterthought was just playing so well. The passing play is really what separates them from the rest of the pack, especially a bottom 9 and 10 team or 9 and 10th spot team. There's just nothing they could do.
Stacks, did you feel like the pressure wasn't so much from Upper 90 at the beginning, but so much from the actual team Afterthought themselves trying to get that top 2 spot?
Yeah, I mean, they did have some pressure. I mean, there was going to be some embarrassment if they did not pull that off. And then if that's how you go into the playoffs, stumbling backwards, losing to Upper 90, that would have been disastrous for them. But I think what helped them was that goal by Dapper when he had that catch that he just dribbled in. And he did that right in front of Democat after Democat did the whole Lethamir dribble challenge and all that. It's like, that's sending a message. And it's not always just about winning, Subi, as you know. It is about sending a message, and message received loud and clear.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Hey.
That's what Dapper says.
That's the saying. You know, actually, Dapper had some fantastic bumps and moving players where he wanted them to go just to get the lead on the ball there. Would you say Dapper's quite an aggressive player for his team?
I would say the entire team is. I think all 3 members get involved when they need to shake things up. But one thing Dapper does great is when he's rotating through or rotating out of the offensive zone, he's looking for one member of the defensive team to take out of the equation.
And despite any shortcomings that Sathu may have, you know, he had kind of a disastrous summer. There's a lot of game IQ there, just between Dapper and Sathu alone. You add Shock to the mix, he is certainly more than a passable player. And for Afterthought, they are where they deserve to be. They are one of the 2 best teams in the league. They proved it.
I felt like we saw a new duo coming through as well. Shock and Sathy really making a little bit of a pronounced statement there going forward in terms of their offense. They worked really nicely together. Are we looking to keep an eye on that one for playoffs, do you think?
I sure hope so, because we saw what happens when Sathu doesn't show up to play. I believe it was week 3 where he had maybe 1 goal, if not 0. But when he shows up and he's there for those passing plays, we just saw what can happen. And if it's up against another good team, yeah, it's going to be close, but it's going to be so dangerous when those shots are coming from right at the top of your box.
Yeah, we talk so often about shutting down one player, like, oh, this one player is the key. And on so many teams, we saw it with even LinkedUp. With Afterthought, there isn't that one player. When they are all rolling like they were over time in that Upper 90 series, they're a much different team from even what we saw in the first half of the season.
Indeed, it's very hard to shut down all 3 players, that is for sure. So if you can have all 3 powerhouses, then you're in a pretty good spot. Moving on to our next match, and our final match actually of the day here for North America. Charlotte Phoenix takes on Full Metal Gaming. This is a battle of the bests right now for me. I think these 2 teams are extremely well equipped in terms of individuals on their roster, and I'm very excited to see how this one goes, because there's a couple of scenarios, isn't there, Stacks, that are leaning towards this game and the outcome here?
So there are exactly 3 different ways that the standings can come out at this point. If Full Metal Gaming wins 3-1 or 3-0, they go number 2 alongside Afterthought. Charlotte Phoenix goes 3, RBG gets the 4. If this goes to Game 5 and FMG wins, FMG's out of the top 2, but they'll clinch a top 4 spot. They'll go number 3 while RBG goes behind them, and your top 2 will be Afterthought and Charlotte Phoenix. So yes, Charlotte only needs to win 2 games to go top 2. The other one is FMG doesn't want to think about this, but if they lose this match by any score, they're out of the top 4. They had chances to get in with other teams helping them, but if Charlotte wins this match by any score, it goes Charlotte, Afterthought, RBG, and Chaos Esports Club can finally exhale. they would sneak in as the 4.
This is a crazy situation to be in right now for FMG because I just, like, throughout the whole of the weeks that we have been here, I just felt like they were such a top 4 team. And to see them potentially lose that spot now to arguably one of the best right now in North America for the Rival Series, that's so sad. It's sad that they actually will be knocked out of that top 4 placement. And it feels strange to me, like, seeing them in this situation.
Well, that's what makes today the greatest day in Rival Series, Week 5, where everything is on the line. And what a better way to end it. I mean, you've got so many outcomes that could happen that you have to sit on the edge of your chair. I mean, you're biting your nails the whole time. Even if you aren't rooting for either one of these teams individually, and your team might be out of it, you still have to pay attention to the outcome of this.
It's storylines all throughout the season, and it's the story of these players that predates even the start of the season. It's the months and even years in some cases for these players getting the chance to reach this moment right here. Buddy, Thunder, Turinturo, if you asked me who we're going to be sending to the RLCS, I said it earlier, never in a million years would I have said these guys have a shot at getting top 2 in this league. They do, and I don't expect them to let this opportunity go by.
Well, and when you have the names of Dapper, Karma, there's so many to name, Rapid, you name it, and none of them are at the top of the total goals for the season. It's Turinturo. Are you kidding me? That's insane. He came into this week as the top goal scorer as far as goals per game and total goals. These guys have been doing a great job the past 3 weeks. They're on a 4-game winning streak, and the last 3 have been sweeps.
Indeed, they have. It's about time, gentlemen, that we go on to predictions. And this is really tough because this is going to be a huge match. Both of these teams are going to want to win this, and I think they're honestly going to give it everything they've got. So, pick carefully, Subi.
Oh, great.
Yeah, hey, you first. I've learned.
You first, Subi.
When I go first, things go horribly wrong. So
it's all good. We always knew Stax was a follower, so let's see if he follows me in this one.
Lead follower, get out of the way. I get out of the way.
Shepard, Subi, you go ahead.
I've got this one. It's so hard to pick. I could talk about it probably for 30 minutes nonstop, but I'm going to go with my heart in this one, and I'm going with Charlotte Phoenix.
Yeah, what he said. No, I do think, look, on paper, Charlotte Phoenix is the better team, and I do think that they win this match. It would not surprise me at all.
But
it wouldn't surprise me at all to see FMG do it. But no, I'm picking Charlotte Phoenix because, again, as good as Turinturo has been, because Subi said it, but also because as good as Turinturo has been, I think that behind him, he doesn't have someone like Jay Wismont, like Shadow has behind him. And so for Charlotte Phoenix, they've proved to be the best team in the league so far. I have to imagine the best team in the league takes care of business at the end.
You know, I don't want to put down Full Metal Gaming because this is a serious situation for them to be in right now. And obviously Charlotte Phoenix have that insurance. They have clinched top 4 right now. So it's tough to go against Full Metal Gaming, but I'm going to have to do it. I'm a big fan of Karma. I've got to follow my heart because we have the same name. Charlotte's got to stick together. So it's also going to be Charlotte Phoenix for me too. Gentlemen, I actually cannot wait to get into this match. So I'm going to throw it straight over to you. I want to know the result of this one.
Thank you, Lottie. Yeah, the Lottie Phoenix, as we're going to be referring to them at points. Look, they can go 1, they can go 2, they can go 3 based on the result of this match. So it's not like they have top 2 secured and they have no incentive to come out guns blazing and take over. What the real incentive is when you go to top 2, that means you get 2 shots in just the rival playoffs alone. And you don't have to worry about potentially G2 and Cloud9, who will be waiting for somebody at the end of those playoffs.
Well, we've talked about how many outcomes could possibly happen, but now it's time to see the action put forth on the field, Stacks.
It will be Shadow, who has been such a tremendous addition to this Charlotte Phoenix team. Now Jay Wismont. Remember when Splice promoted, it was Jay Wismont who was unquestionably the MVP of the season. That shot's going to go wide, or the ball's going to go wide, and Karma will take over. Now Shadow to take over for the Phoenix. Only as far as Buddy. Every touch, every mistake amplified as that ball will be collected by Turinturo.
Oh, an arrow demo coming out from Karma, and Jay Wiz gets it over Buddy. but a good touch there from Thunder. So far, Charlotte Phoenix just looking so aggressive here in game number 1.
Turinturo now having a little bit of trouble with that ball that will be taken away. Jay Wismont throws one high, and here comes Turinturo. Beaten out by Karma. One-on-one against Thunder, and this will be cleared by Buddy. As far as Turinturo, and the save made by Shadow.
That was no easy feat. That one was screaming on target, and Shadow, good 50-50 there, but Turinturo was in the perfect spot, right place, right time, and FMG gonna push forward on offense.
Turinturo will collect this and try to get around Karma, but Shadow is there to help out. Buddy, as that go off of a Charlotte player all the way across, and Thunder did not get a piece. Karma is there, 1-0 Phoenix.
This is all due to this flick coming out from Jay Wismont. Gets Turinturo to go up, Thunder to go up, and it's wide open from Karma. She just has to put it in the right place. And a 1-0 lead in favor of Charlotte Phoenix.
So it's Karma from Jay Wismont. There's your first goal. Objective answer from Full Metal Gaming. They answer by watching Buddy get taken out by Karma. Here is Shadow. Had time, but there was an awkward play. Jay Wismont taken out of the play, and Buddy can't get downfield quick enough. So FMG let an opportunity go by. Now Turinturo. That's high. Follow from Thunder, and we're tied.
And FMG just bullying Jay Wismont up and down the field, just taking him out of the equation. Perfect pass from Turinturo. Thunder just comes in to clean up shop.
Right back where we knew we would be. 2:45 to go. And we will have a brief pause as we look at all the players, make sure that everything is all set for them. Hey, there's only the entire season's worth of work on the line, so we might as well make sure that everybody is on equal footing. So 1-1 as it stands right now, and if we get any admin ruling otherwise, we will let you know. 2:45 remaining in Game 1, Subi. Hey, it's been the evenly matched game that we thought it would be.
Yeah, I really didn't expect anything less. If you had asked me at the beginning of the season, especially after week 2, I would have said, yeah, Charlotte Phoenix is going to just run the field with FMG. They really started their season slow. They went 1-3, and then different story after that. So far, haven't lost a game since week 2. Charlotte Phoenix trying to make that streak end here tonight.
Yeah, for FMG, it is the typical Cinderella underdog story that we love so often, whether it's sports or eSports. And for Charlotte Phoenix, yeah, this is essentially David versus Goliath, right? I mean, this is the big giant against the scrappy underdog. And I would imagine any neutral fans out there, I think as so often is the case, they're going to start leaning a little bit towards FMG, especially if they can get a lead in this series.
Oh, absolutely. And we did just get word that the goal is going to count for both teams, so it is going to be 1-1, and I believe there was about 2:45 left on the clock, but player having some issues dropping connection due to their internet. Let's see if we can get that resolved, because this is a matchup for the ages. This is a storyline that we're going to be talking about for months on end. The implications are huge, and that cannot be understated in this one.
We go back to Europe, the final match of the European Rival Series with Baguette Squad. They needed to win just to play spoiler, and Swoopin was having some issues during that match. All he did was come back, score a few goals, lead Baguette Squad to victory. So, yeah, this sort of thing, I mean, mentally it's got to be taxing, I think, on players, because you get into a rhythm, you're all hyped up, you're ready to go, and then, we're just going to pause for a moment. And I think it's going to be a challenge for some of them to avoid coming down from that high of being, in focus, ready to go. And this now becomes more of a mental battle, I think, as much as it is just making the right inputs.
No, it definitely is. Once you get that adrenaline flowing, you're ready to go until the final second has ticked off the clock, and these teams have to slow down. Yeah. But the good thing is they get to talk about it. And one thing that I would say Charlotte Phoenix has an advantage with is they've got their coach Jimmer, and they've got him in their corner, and they could be working things out right now. Who knows? They could be talking about, okay, the first 2 minutes, I noticed this, X, Y, Z. This is how we're going to combat that. This is how we're going to counter. This is what we need to do. So this break is going to favor Charlotte Phoenix more than it is FMG.
Yeah, the benefits of having an org and FMG as well. Having a coach and having a manager, having a full support staff, I think is so huge for a lot of these teams. A team like RBG, they have a coach and a manager who are two different roles. And Jimmer has been outstanding with this roster going back to when they were Splice. It wouldn't surprise me if he maybe had to make a decision over the offseason like, okay, does somebody else, is somebody else willing to pay a little money here to take his... If I were an org, if I were an RLCS team and I needed a coach, that's who I'd be looking to because of what he has done with Splice. I mean, you go back to DreamHack Dallas when Karma couldn't play. Lead by example. He goes up. He's like, you know what? Well, we can't get a sub, so I'll just call my own number, whatever.
He could have got a goal, though.
Well, he could have. Could have got a goal. He could have helped out the team a little more on the field, but it was just that willingness to step in there. I mean, that's not an easy position playing on the stage, but he did. And now here we are with his now Charlotte Phoenix team battling with FMG as we are back underway again, starting at the 2:45 mark. 1-1 in game number 1.
The team's actually got a true halftime there, Stacks. They got to go back to the locker rooms and talk it out. But that's not going to happen again as Jay Wiz pushes that ball right into Buddy. Charlotte Phoenix not looking like they missed a step.
That halftime show brought to you by DFH Enterprises. This shot on is going to be cleared away. I think Jay Wismont got a piece of this as it was coming off the crossbar.
He definitely did, and it almost went in due to that.
Now Karma will miss this ball entirely, so Thunder had to come through. But that will leave only Turinturo as Buddy went as well. No lingering effects of whatever had caused the pause earlier as Buddy will play this over to the corner. And now it's Jay Wismont. Needs one more touch to try and corral this ball. He cannot. And Karma challenges right through it. Turinturo looking to center. Intercepted by Jay Wismont. Thunder's got to get there and he won't. Jay Wiz gives Charlotte the lead.
Puts his high IQ on display here, sees the pass coming from a mile away and just launches it all the way downfield. Thunder unable to get back in time, and Charlotte Phoenix take the lead late in game number 1.
So he jumps the passing route. 2-1 the lead for Phoenix. Here is Shadow now, looking to add to it. At the very least, take some time off the clock. One more touch, well read by Turinturo, rather Thunder. Turinturo is the one here waiting. That ball will go all the way across. Thunder for Bell. Turinturo's waiting. Waterfall down, and he dunks it home.
No way you're going to save this as a defender when the opponent is barreling in. All momentum is on his side, and he just crashes the ball through the net.
And again, 2-2. We're all tied up again. No pause this time. Everybody is A-OK. And the clock will continue to tick down towards overtime, perhaps, unless FMG can take the lead. They cannot on this trip. Popped up at center. It should be Karma to play. It is. Jay Wismont will stay up, but that's well won by Buddy. Thunder blocked by Shadow. Turinturo trying to find Buddy again. The pressure on from FMG. Just playing pepper with the corner wall. Trying to break down Charlotte. Make a move left or right. Hasn't worked out. Another big clear by the Phoenix.
Very crucial clear from the Phoenix coming out and pushing this ball into the offensive half, but Thunder's already up. FMG so aggressive here. And a nice ground pinch to take the lead late in game 1.
Imagine where the comms are here. Yeah, okay, I got his touch. I got his flip reset. Nope, Thunder just played them all. Pinched it along the ground. Nobody playing that angle. And Thunder gives FMG the lead.
With that goal, he goes into the 20-goal territory on the season. And Turinturo with a nice soft shot, but well read by the defense. And Charlotte Phoenix chasing one They've got one good opportunity downfield. Shadow to Karma, and Karma, no one there. Net wide open, no follow-up shot, and Thunder pushes it away.
A little wave dash to get there just in time, and the final seconds burn away. FMG hangs on for dear life.
Man, oh man, Stacks, that is just unheard of. FMG running the field with the Charlotte Phoenix and coming out victorious. Thunder taking his team on his back and carrying them to victory, but Buddy and Turinturo doing their part as well. Turinturo with a goal and an assist, and Buddy getting an assist as well. I mean, we were talking about it earlier on. What separates good teams from great in the rival series is passing plays and all three players getting involved. That's what we're seeing from FMG.
And guess who didn't get involved in the offense for Charlotte Phoenix? There is no G or A for goal or assist next to Shadow. Held completely off the scoreboard for the Charlotte Phoenix. And boy, that's great news for FMG. It's bad news for Chaos, who needs Charlotte to win this match. But remember, Charlotte only needs to win 2 of these games to clinch one of those top 2 spots. So a lot of Rocket League still to be played, Subi.
It still is, but you got to start sweating a little bit if you want your top 2 dreams alive. I mean, they'll still be in the playoffs, but that top 2 spot is so important because you're going against the number 1 or 2 seed, and whoever wins that, you're going to the RLCS. You don't want to have to battle your way into that position.
To reset everybody, if you're just joining us, 1-0 the lead to Full Metal Gaming against Charlotte Phoenix. The only things we know right now, Afterthought has clinched number 2. RBG is somewhere in the 3rd or 4th spot. Everything else is up for grabs between these 2 teams and the idle Chaos Esports Club who are waiting. Jay Wismont got a piece of this ball, but it will fall to Turinturo, and the save is made by Shadow, who has had to make his presence known on the defensive end so far in this series.
Oh, nice challenge there from Jay Wismont. But FMG positioning themselves well all over the field to be able to push this ball right back into the Charlotte Phoenix zone. Shadows up, nice shot down, and Turinturo's there. Look at that car control to get back to the ball. Showing his mechanical skills and showing the shot placement as well.
Boy, Turinturo, when he gets down the field, he does it so quickly. He does it as efficiently as anybody. Not much wasted boost at all, and he's got the early lead for FMG. But Full Metal Gaming, when they signed this team, have they hit the jackpot or what? The way they're playing to close out this season. Jay Wismont's shot, that's going to be high, but a miss off the backboard. Open the door for the Phoenix. Here comes FMG the other way, and it's Karma with the save, Shadow the clear, and Turinturo going against his momentum, trying to keep that play from going any further.
And that ball pinches out back into the blue half. Shadow not expecting that, carrying this ball towards center. Dangerous touch there. This FMG squad, so aggressive. They're not going to give you much time to work with at all.
All the way across it goes, left unpossessed for an eternity before it's played down.
Ooh.
What a drop down, and that will be cleared away. Almost a very fortuitous bounce for FMG.
Oh.
And how about Jay Wismont with the dunk?
Jay Wismont says, do a couple more push-ups, pushes his way through the defender. Turinturo gets absolutely posterized.
Sir, yes, sir. 90 seconds in. We're all tied up. These 2 teams don't have anything between them at all. This is fantastic stuff. And what better way to finish out the entirety of the rival series season than this battle for a top 2 spot. Jay Wismont trying to bank one out to Karma. It will be eventually cleared away. Shadow did the next best thing. He didn't get the ball, but he did get a piece of the attacker. It hasn't done much to slow down FMG. They're going to try to get right back downfield, but that's Shadow onto this. He has enough boost to make a play. Did he get it? You bet your money he did.
And I was wondering when he was going to wake up. He does it with no time to spare here in game number 2, getting the flip reset. That is just incredible, Stacks.
two very loud goals from Jay Wismont and Shadow have Charlotte Phoenix in business. And they come in rapid succession, which means FMG gonna have to struggle that much more to keep their composure. It is Buddy to clear this ball away. Credited with a save. Got a piece of Jay Wismont. So now Thunder let that first touch get away from him, but he does get that to the corner through Karma. And a good clear by Jay Wismont to relieve the pressure only for a moment, and Thunder thought about going up, didn't have the angle. Turinturo coming through. Not to be left off the highlight reel, but Jay Wismont stops him.
Buddy flying out of nowhere, trying to read that from his own half. Used a lot of boost, but Karma has nothing, so Turinturo decides to sneak in. And he's coming in, and Shadow turns him away, but Buddy puts the shot on target. The net's open, and Thunder can't make contact as it rings out of the upper 90.
Remember that one. No matter how this series ends up, if FMG don't get into the top two, or if they don't get into the top four at all, what might have been.
Remember the 8th of November, because yes, Stacks, that one's gonna haunt them.
Oh, this will ricochet around, and another chance for Thunder, and this time he gets the kind roll.
Finding the spot where the defense isn't, and Shadow with a mistouch on that one. You can't fault him too much, but Thunder makes the defense pay and ties this game up.
There is no player that is more relieved right now than Thunder, having watched that ball roll in, and I bet his heart sank for just a moment when he had hit the corner of the goal. Another ball center. Thunder can get another, but it's going to be pushed wide. Now Karma against Buddy. That is well defended.
Two in the same corner. This is going to be dangerous. But a good touch there off the back wall from Thunder. That's a very difficult read, and he makes it look easy.
Turinturo will sky one up. Buddy thought about going. He's got to avoid Shadow. Does so. And then Shadow will play that away. He knew it was going to get saved. Back in and deflected around. It's there for Karma. If she can get it away from Turinturo, she cannot. Final minute in game number 2. Shadow to Jay Wismont. Bang! Right between the eyes.
And just under a minute to go, Jay Wismont gets the goal. But this pass from Shadow was the difference maker, finding his open teammate who had the angle on target. And they go up by 1.
FMG has had an answer every time Charlotte has pulled in front. Can they do it again? Turinturo taking his time. Karma trying to close the gap. Now Jay Wismont around another attacker. And that's another great win. Jay Wismont and his challenges have been on point, and he'll be rewarded with an assist.
This angle is disgusting. Turinturo goes up, and Karma reads that somehow and puts a hard shot on target, giving the separation goal to the Charlotte Phoenix.
24 seconds remain, and it wouldn't be a miracle for FMG to come back, but it's going to take some work. Turinturo just missing wide. That was the opportunity, I think, for FMG to even have a prayer at getting back into this game. And it looks like Charlotte Phoenix are going to tie things up. But that ball, nope, will be cleared away by Jay Wismont. So, exactly where we expected to be after 2 games. 1 game apiece between FMG and the Charlotte Phoenix.
And the difference maker here, Stacks, in game number 2, you were talking about it after game 1. You see him at the top of the scoreboard there, got the MVP medal just by 2 points. But getting involved is what Shadow needs to do for the Charlotte Phoenix team to be successful, and 5 saves as well. He's just running up and down the field.
So often we've seen these top players, as good an offensive threat that they are, especially Monkey Moon in the European region, you're seeing them have to put in the work on defense as well. And we haven't seen that before in previous seasons. Normally the roles have been pretty well defined. Like someone like Rapid is more of a defender. Someone like, say, Aeon is an attacker. But now you're seeing, Shadow is, I think, the best player on the field. I think all around. And he's having to work on both sides of the field, which we don't see All right,
You could have argued.
Who you got?
Hey.
Who else you got?
Turinturo.
Okay, Turinturo, he's a heck of a scorer. I'll grant him that. But I don't think he puts in the same defensive work as Shadow does. I don't think he's he's certainly more important to his team than Shadow is, because Shadow is a good supporting.
We could argue that. I think we could argue all night about that.
We could. Do you want to? I mean, hey, look,
Not
we got
particularly.
10, 15 seconds before they get in. Make your last point. What do you got?
You're right.
There we go. That's all I wanted. Filibuster until somebody says I'm right. So, hey, we go into game 3 now, and both these teams, if the pressure's starting to mount, right? I mean, they're getting into the pressure cooker at this point.
I mean, this is where I just love watching Rocket League. I mean, even if I'm not casting it, I'm a fan first. I just like watching good Rocket League matches, and this is what we're getting. This isn't a blowout, and so much is on the line that you can't take your eyes off the screen. Every single touch, every single play, every single ounce of boost that's used is so important.
And every mistake, as mentioned before, is amplified that much more. Everything just becomes it's under a microscope at this point. We're into game 3. Someone is going to move within one game of winning this series. For Charlotte Phoenix, remember, if they win this game, they clinch top 2, and Shadow has them off and running.
Stacks, keep your eye on Karma. She's going to fly past your screen, make Thunder jump, doesn't get the touch he wants, and Shadow just fires that one on target.
Dance, puppet, dance. 12 seconds in. Charlotte Phoenix trying to close in on securing at least second place. Shadow will clear it all the way down. Thunder has to deal with it. And that's well done to get it to Turinturo. Then across to Buddy, but Shadow is there to intercept. Now Thunder. He had Buddy to his right, instead played the ball to his left. Turinturo. Play this, he opts to land, and Buddy now. Tough angle.
Kidding.
And he almost found it.
That angle was so slim, and he still somehow hit the post. Here comes Buddy. Good launch out from Shadow, but Turinturo, he does not get the touch he wanted, and Charlotte Phoenix are going to have numbers. Thunder bails him out.
Buddy has to get there, and Karma does win the race. Got a demo to go with it as well. But now Buddy, straight down the middle, should be saved. It is. Watch the rebound. Turinturo's up for it, so is Shadow. Turinturo got a second, barely unintended touch. But it has kept FMG in business. Thunder drops down, and this one trickles in.
Sometimes just fortune favors the wicked, and Thunder gets the softest touch on the ball, and you see his teammate swooping in Buddy. The defenders almost have to respect that. Chaos in net, and it's a tie game.
14 miles per hour on its way in. And FMG
scorcher.
Yeah, FMG probably laughing the whole time up until the next kickoff. Now time to focus back up as this ball is cleared downfield, and Buddy will give it a chase up against Karma. Now Turinturo needs that full boost. He does take it out of the zone, but did not get a piece of Jay Wismont. So he kind of took himself out of the play. Thunder to center. That's going to be clear. Jay Wismont beaten out by Turinturo. That ball fortunately finds its way right to Thunder, but a good bump by Karma kills the attack. At least for the moment, that will ricochet off of a Charlotte car. Does not end up in the net.
There is not going to be one player that leaves this field not battered and bruised. These guys are just getting so physical in each other's faces, bumping, demoing. And oh, the misplay there. The pass was perfect from Thunder, but Buddy could not connect.
Buddy gonna take his time to get around Karma. Some interference in the net. Turinturo gets the job done.
Turinturo with the dish to his teammate decides to take Jay Wiz out, and Buddy puts it right inside the right post to go ahead in game number 3.
Coming up on the halfway mark. And despite the demo, that ball is in a dangerous spot. Turinturo has it swatted away by Jay Wismont. That was awkward from Shadow, though. He misjudged that, or misjudged the attacker coming on. And FMG are still in business.
Right now.
to send that down. Turinturo will just watch as Shadow plays this. And again, the pressure, it mounts so much, Zuby, as we get into the final 2 minutes. And Charlotte Phoenix, they've had an answer. As much as we talk about what FMG has done, Charlotte has been right there with FMG every step of the way.
Yeah, they're not allowing for much, and Karma turned away by Buddy. What a good defensive play there, and Jay Wiz sent aside by Turinturo. The defense holding strong for FMG.
If only you could see Lottie right now. She is watching this and just the ultimate fan every time Charlotte comes close to scoring, and they have had their opportunities. Tell you what, it is hard to cheer against the Charlotte Phoenix team. They are a lot of fun to watch. What a save by Thunder. And then the shot just goes right to Karma, who couldn't do anything to get out of the way.
Oh, no, that's going to happen from time to time. Get it out of your mind, and they have quickly. Back in the offensive half, here comes Jay Wismont. Shoots on target, but Thunder launches that one up towards mid. Karma pushing once again on offense, can't find the double tap. There's Shadow. He puts it in and ties up game number 3.
Yeah, this ball here, you can see, I think it's going to be Thunder on the back wall. No, it's Buddy. He starts so far away from the near post, there's no way he can cover that much ground. And Shadow adds an equalizer.
One thing that is not equal in this match, Stacks, is the shot totals. 9 in favor of Charlotte Phoenix and only 4 for FMG, but FMG have looked so dangerous on offense when they get those opportunities.
Well, Charlotte has looked dangerous now that Shadow's involved in the attack, and he'll get the pass out to Jay Wismont.
Jay Wismont with his first goal here in game number 3. He's scored in all 3 now, but the pass coming from Shadow, just picture perfect.
So here's what this means. 41 seconds. If Charlotte can hold on, they will clinch at least a top 2 spot. They'll need to win the series to go number 1. Buddy. Flip reset. Stopped by Jay Wismont. No follow-up. Down to 22 seconds. Turinturo looking for Buddy. Found him. Big shot. Saved by Shadow. Another one to the center. Nobody home. Karma clears, and that will stay out. It looked like it was online. There is still life for FMG in game 3. Ball rolling through. Oh, very dangerous to Thunder. And now Turinturo. He will collect, but that is snuffed out by Jay Wismont. Ball falling, and the Charlotte Phoenix, now they know they cannot finish outside the top 2. 1 win away from securing the number 1 spot.
What a turn of events in game number 3, Stacks. Just momentum swinging back and forth between both teams. But ultimately, Charlotte Phoenix coming out on top, and the passing plays are almost unstoppable. They're so hard, so fast, and so precise that they're not having to slow down to shoot the ball, and FMG just can't react fast enough. Honestly, I don't think there's anyone out there that could react fast enough.
I mean, it looks like the old Charlotte Phoenix team from game, say, 1 tagged in the other Charlotte Phoenix, the one that you see when Shadow's involved and when he's going at full bore. Boy, they are tough to stop. And hey, Thunder's tried. You know, he's got 4 goals. He is trying. But do or do not. There is no try. And right now, Charlotte Phoenix, again, that step is done. They have clinched top 2. But they still need to win this match to not only clinch number 1, but they also have Chaos Esports Club to play for what it's worth. Chaos now needs Charlotte to finish the job to get top 4.
Yeah, FMG just looking at being outside the top 4, 1 loss away from that happening, and it's been such a storybook season for them. They started off so slow and just been so hot for the past 2 weeks. It would be tragic to see them almost make it to the finish line and come that close to breaking through the tape and missing their mark.
The Full Metal Express is in dire danger of being derailed. This ball's cleared across, rather dangerously across the face of the goal. And Charlotte Phoenix are in business to start things off in Game 4. Closeout opportunity in what could be the final game of the Rivals Series, but Turinturo has other plans.
Has other plans indeed, Stacks. He gets that goal, and with that, that is his 32nd of the season. Wastes no time, only 19 seconds into game number 4.
This being the 4th game of the series, he has fallen just under a goal per game. I don't expect him to stay there for very long. Ball will be cleared out around, and Shadow will give way to Karma. That means Shadow can wait and play this ball, which he has. Turinturo got the demo, but Karma takes out Thunda, so they end up even, and now it will be Turinturo.
Oh, and Shadow just spawned there. Perfect timing for him to come into that spot, and a good challenge from Buddy. Gonna push this into the corner. Thunda with a 50-50 as well. Turinturo so dangerous in the air, but that one's gonna go by the wayside as Karma pushes it towards midfield. But Charlotte Phoenix unable to break out of their own half right now. Starting to scramble for boost, but that head down from Karma to get a demo, so important.
And a good thing that ball from Thunda was on its way wide of the goal, because that's fully intended to be a back pass. Had it been between the lines, it was disaster. There is Shadow, his shot saved by Buddy. Now Thunda can begin the counterattack as FMG looks to add on. Again, they do need to win this match, need to come back from down 2-1 to punch their ticket into the rival playoffs. It is between FMG and Chaos Esports Club. Turinturo out towards Thunda. Shadow now. Not going to get another touch. This will be played right back into the zone. I think the Phoenix will be content to play this little back and forth game, though, because if there's no great opportunity being found by FMG, then they're under no pressure. They can wait and get back into this game at their leisure. This will be, oh, Shadow having a tough time with that ball. Does get the clear, but not out of harm's way, and Thunda will score.
The ball just sitting, waiting in the box to be touched by someone, and Thunda says, I will oblige you, and puts the second one on the board for FMG.
Number 5 for Thunda in the series. Heavy insurance for Full Metal Gaming, but Charlotte almost got it right back.
Oh, was that one on target?
If it wasn't, it was very close. Turinturo looking for another. Saved by Shadow. Double commit with Karma. At the mercy of Buddy, but the shot's right at the defender.
Yeah, Buddy could get no elevation on that shot. Had he, we would be looking at a 3-0 lead in favor of FMG, but they're still sitting comfortable as we just got into the second half. Up by 2. FMG doing well against Charlotte Phoenix.
This ball will be bombed away to be played right back in by Buddy. Over Shadow, who almost had the soul read. This is saved off the crossbar. Still not out of harm's way. Thunda trying to get it away from Karma. That is spectacular defending.
And we've had so many almost great clip-worthy plays here, just turned away by great defensive stances.
There's a nice pass to Buddy, but the shot will be wide and collected by the Phoenix. Ball that will bounce all the way to the opposite corner. Buddy, a lot of boost to work with. Now he has some space to read what Jay Wismont's trying to do. Jay Wiz does a good job getting around him, but he can't keep possession. And every time that FMG brings this ball back into the Charlotte end, the task becomes even taller for the Phoenix.
Minute to go. They want one right now. It would make their jobs so much easier to tie this game up. Shadow with a good touch there, trying to start some offense for the Phoenix. And Jay Wismont with a smart touch into the corner. Has no boost, but he's going to go for the boost steal. And Karma sees the bump play coming out. Shadow can't get the shot on target. And Turinturo with a great, well-needed clear.
It does look like Charlotte has just about pulled the goalie here. They are getting very active on the offensive end. They know they can't afford to have too many more long clears get down onto their end of the field. Jay Wismont cuts off at midfield. His shot barely stopped by Buddy. Now Shadow over to Jay Wismont. Working around to Karma coming on. And the ball cleared away again with 30 to go.
The defense from FMG just so stingy, and it's leading to transition shots, and Thunder gonna send that one in, and FMG are taking us to Game 5.
Absolutely on the shoulders of Thunder, who at one point looked like he might be the scapegoat in one of those games when he missed a sitter. Now he has 6 goals in the series, including a couple of big ones here in Game 4. Turinturo has the other tally for FMG in Game 4. It will not be the last game of the season. That is reserved for Game 5, because why else wouldn't it be? Buddy, we'll just watch as this ball goes downfield. Charlotte Phoenix might get one for the road. They do not. And Thunder will dribble this for as long as he feels like, finally challenged by the Phoenix, and that will do it. Fear FMG. It might be time to do so because the Charlotte Phoenix have watched them stave off elimination.
A shutout in Game 4. I would have never guessed that coming out from the Charlotte Phoenix. They couldn't do anything on offense. They just couldn't get it working for them. And FMG just saw the passing plays trying to develop and just disrupting them left and right. And what more could you ask for?
I know, right? We talk so much about Shadow and Jay Wismon and Turinturo, and of course, it's Thunder who takes over. He's really stealing the show, too. Again, the 6 goals. Doesn't have any assists. Hasn't needed to. He's needed his teammates to set him up. And some of it has been kind of janitor duty, right? I mean, he's not necessarily getting a pass from a teammate. He's cleaning up rebounds. He's scoring on a loose ball sitting in front of the net somewhere.
That just boils down to good positioning. He knows where he needs to be. He's reading the field. He's reading how players are challenging the ball, the angles that they're taking, and seeing that, hey, if this ball squeezes out and just pinches somewhere, I'm going to be in a place to where I could put a shot on target. And it's just happening time after time. And I'm going to be standing up during this entire match, just so you know. I'm going to be jumping up and down for every single goal because there is everything on the line right now for FMG, everything on the line for Chaos eSports. Charlotte Phoenix win. Chaos eSports is in the top 4.
Yes, they are. Comes down to this, 5 minutes. Your whole season boiling down to a single game. Welcome to League Play. Game 5 is indeed underway, and where else but Champions Field to decide it. Ball cleared away by Turinturo. And he will play this over Jay Wismont. And Jay Wiz has to turn around because he's going to need just a little extra boost. He can take the midfield boost. Then he can play this ball and try to find Shadow. Instead, he'll find Karma. She will almost find Shadow. I think a little interference from the defender coming out.
Yeah, I was telling you, Sax, they're seeing those passing plays, trying to develop. They're not allowing the defense to do so. And good passing play to get this ball pushed all the way downfield. Karma's going to come up the sidewall, get pushed out by Buddy. And FMG starting to get to work in the offensive half.
This will be played across to Shadow, around in front, nobody on the weak side. Karma gets there a little late to try and bring the play back around, but it is snuffed out by Thunder. He'll be taken out for his efforts, and that is not a good ball coming across. That is much better to get the ball downfield by the Phoenix.
Yeah, a little mistake, but smart play to pass it over to his teammate to push it all the way past midfield. All 3 members from Charlotte Phoenix are up. Jay Wiz scrambling all the way back to defense, and they get back in time, gather their senses, and get to work on offense.
And he had to avoid a demo as well. That was not a great touch from Turinturo, but he's made a lot out of it. And now Shadow will reset for the Charlotte Phoenix, who again, they have clinched top 2. They are gunning for number 1. $3,000 extra to the prize pool for what it's worth. This ball will be popped up and taken over by Jay Wiz. Jay Wismon and Karma. Just about the same place for the same ball for the 2 longtime teammates. Turinturo, after Shadow's taken out, stopped by Jay Wismont.
And Jay Wismont had to avoid a demo there. Not easy to do, especially when the number 1 goal scorer is coming down, barreling at you with a shot on target. But here comes Jay Wismont. Gets turned away by Thunder. And we're nearing halftime, still all tied up. The passing plays are still coming out from Charlotte Phoenix.
Good save by Buddy. This ball will go across. Karma with absolutely nothing in the tank and nothing in sight either, as Shadow took the back boost. He'll have to make that clear, and he does. Karma still looking for any boost as she drove over the back boost. It wasn't there, so now Buddy will have a look and he'll turn away.
Yeah, you saw Thunda there. He got his own boost, but good recognition to know that an opponent was coming behind him. So just tapped his boost once so he could steal the midfield away. And you saw Karma scrambling for a good 15-20 seconds looking for any type of boost.
Shadow coming on. Rebound. Karma's high. And Jaren Turo will just collect this and casually stroll downfield. Now Buddy. He's got options. Thunda is one of them. He's got 6. He will not get 7 as Karma beats him to the punch. Turinturo got the ball and his car around the oncoming Shadow. And now Buddy will get this around Jay Wismont. An opportunity for Full Metal Gaming, but Shadow guides this to the corner.
Nearing the last minute of gameplay, Stack, still all tied up. But Shadow gonna change that if he has anything to say. Turned away by Thunda. The defense so strong from FMG, but Charlotte Phoenix inching closer and closer towards the net.
And Turinturo made a great reflex save getting to the top corner, and he almost gave FMG the lead and maybe punched their ticket into the playoffs. Now Karma stuffed by Thunda. Jay Wismont, full tank of boost. Got the shot over. One more. No, it's going to be off. Now Karma was hoping Shadow would take over. Turinturo is missed. Now he has enough boost to make a play. Does not take the corner boost away. And this is cleared out. And fortunately right at Thunda.
Oh, good touch there from Shadow, but Karma's forced to go up. Thunda gonna rotate out. Here comes Turinturo. Defender did get bumped there, but somehow Charlotte Phoenix come away unscathed.
Final 30 seconds with nothing to separate Charlotte and Full Metal Gaming. Thunda has Buddy beneath. Instead, it will be out to Turinturo. FMG's got to rush back. Difficult spot. They're not out of it as Turinturo had no boost. And the shot just missing wide. Down to 10 seconds. Shadow. That is given away to Buddy. And the shot is going to sail up and away. Last opportunity in regulation for FMG. No, look out. Almost an own goal off of Buddy. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it's still up, and Thunda has to make a last-ditch save. Turinturo, ball on his hood, gets it over one, and Karma holds on to take us into overtime. Game number 5.
Just go to overtime already, you madmen. And mad lass, here is Karma. Played across, and all you get, we were talking with Turtle earlier, all you get is a 3-second countdown to settle your nerves after that.
Oh, there's no settling your nerves.
Right. Some hands might well be shaking in overtime of Game 5. Not so much for the Phoenix, but definitely for Full Metal Gaming. And imagine how Chaos is feeling right now.
Oh, good touch.
That is great from Buddy, but he did not get the midfield boost. He'll be out of the play for a while. Jay Wismont will force this through, trying to find Shadow. He cannot. Now Karma, time and space. This has been a deadly combination, but it's gonna go wide.
Oh, that's a dangerous touch. But Jay Wismont playing so patient all the way back in his own half. Karma with tons of time by one. And Turinturo, good defense there, but they still can't break out of their own half. Shadow off the ceiling, turned away by Thunda.
Now Karma, waiting for the midfield boost. She got it. And the ball going right over towards Shadow. Dangerous time now. Karma! That's buried FMG. What a save by Turo!
Oh, and they break out of their defensive half, push the ball back into Charlotte Phoenix's zone, and most importantly, gather up some boosts and start offense themselves.
This is absolutely amazing. What a finale to the rival series. This will be out of the corner. An opportunity is going to go by the wayside for Full Metal, and the boost goes to Jay Wismont from the ceiling. Don't tell me this is going to be blocked. Now Shadow coming through. Karma trying to redirect in front. This will go all the way through. Now Turinturo. Pop over one. Shadow's right there. And Karma going to save what boost she has to chase this downfield and be in position to set up a winner for Jay Wisma. That is blocked by Turinturo, so Karma has to keep it in.
Good touch there from Shadow to push this forward, and a double touch coming out. Shadow pushing forward. Shadow taking the Phoenix to victory and securing their spot in the top 2.
And it goes number 1 for number 1 in the league. Shadow, the hero for the Phoenix. And they will have all the cards going into the rival playoffs. And the field is set after that epic finale.
I need about 20 seconds to gather my breath again and slow the heart rate down, because that was insane. That was the best finale we've ever seen in the rival series. I don't have words for that, and I feel awful for FMG because they played so well. They looked like a top 2 team in that matchup.
As was it the Eagles song? There's going to be some heartbreak tonight, and there is some for Full Metal Gaming. And the top 4 is set. Charlotte Phoenix goes number 1, Afterthought 2, RBG number 3, and Chaos Esports Club, they can celebrate their end-of-season push results in a trip into the playoffs. And we welcome back Lottie, who was right there with us, just jumping up and down throughout that whole series. That was fun to watch, and there's only more of it to come in the playoffs.
That was insane. I honestly just felt that overtime was just never going to end for me. It felt like a year.
I didn't want it to end.
I kind of didn't either, you know.
That was so fun to watch.
It was incredible. All 3 of us were literally standing, shoveled over this desk like this, as close as we possibly could to our preview screens. That was insane stuff. I mean, we knew it was going to be close, but...
That close?
That is like... stuck together with glue close. Insane stuff there. And Charlotte Phoenix managing to pull that one out of the bag right at the end there. That takes a lot. You know, that actually says something about the team. High pressure situation. You know, they want to win this, but, you know, Full Metal Gaming is so unfortunate for them. I saw absolute flashes of brilliance throughout that entire series from Full Metal Gaming. So they should be seriously proud of themselves. And how excited are Chaos going to be right now?
Oh, I mean,
ecstatic.
They won the lottery. They bought a scratcher ticket, and it had $1 million
had 3 Charlotte Phoenix across the whole.
There you go, exactly.
It doesn't get any better for them, and they're a team. I think that all things considered, they deserve to be in the top 4. You know, they had some Game 5 losses against all the top teams in the league, and you know they finished their season going 1-4 in Game 5. The one that craziness with LinkedUp that we saw earlier, just. What a wild, emotional roller coaster for Chaos all season long.
I mean, what an incredible final week of the regular league play. This is insane stuff. And, you know, looking at the teams and how far they've come, and also individual players as well, looking at the way that we have some pros already who've been in the RLCS playing in the rival series and mixing in with maybe players who haven't been in. How do we see these individual players grow? Do you see them adapt throughout the seasons? You know, they may pop in and out of the RLCS and not make it one season, but make it another. And how do they adapt with each other here?
I mean, I think they've proven that they've adapted so well to not only just changes in the teams that they're seeing, but changes with the meta that is just ever constantly changing. The landscape of Rocket League from season 1 to now is vastly different. And a player like Karma, who's been around for so long, able to make changes left and right with no problem and playing with different players. But you got to just chalk it up to Shadow. This guy's been crazy.
Yeah, and the history of teams in the rival series, look, it used to be you go up to the RLCS and you'd be coming right back down to the rival series. Then around season 5, I think it was season 6, when FlyQuest beat Cloud9. It was like they saved themselves from going back to the promotion tournament. All of a sudden it's like, okay, these teams are here to play now. And then last season we saw Triple Trouble go to day 3 of the World Championship. This season, utter chaos in North America. Veloce goes straight to Madrid in Europe. Space Station, a former rival series team, goes straight to the World Championship as well. The Knights may very well join them. It's just the whole league's been turned upside down. And, you know, if you thought this past season was kind of a takeover of sorts for rival series teams in the RLCS, we know we're sending 2 up this time around in both regions, I expect RLCS 9 to be a hostile takeover for rival series teams going up.
Absolutely. It is quite incredible where our teams have come this season. And I want to know where that leaves our teams in the standings, because we know there's been so many scenarios that have been happening this week. But there we have it. Charlotte Phoenix right in that top position there, 7-2. Very strong finish for them of regular league play. And Afterthought, not really an afterthought after Charlotte Phoenix. Let's be honest, they did a fantastic job too, also clinching that 7-2 victory there as well. But looking at our standings right now, is there a team there that you see, of course, in our top 4 who really deserve a place at the RLCS right now from what you've seen in all of the weeks?
You've got to say number 1 and number 2. They've shown up consistently throughout the entire season. Afterthought and Charlotte Phoenix have veteran players, and they're proving that veteran players not only deserve to be in the rival series, but they deserve to be in the RLCS. And I would be so surprised to not see either one of those teams in there. But crazier things have happened.
Crazier things have happened.
Between those two teams, you got 4 players that have been to the RLCS. It wouldn't surprise me to see both those teams get in, but you see the bracket right there. The teams that don't get in to the RLCS through this rival playoff, they've got to go through Cloud9 and G2 in the promotion tournament. Good luck. That's why getting that top 2 for Charlotte and Afterthought was so important. You get 2 shots at avoiding that.
Oh, I thought you were giving good luck to G2 and Cloud9. Because,
they're going to need it.
Because obviously the rival series teams have done well, every promotion tournament that we've seen.
Yeah, historically, I used to have the numbers memorized, but historically the rival series teams, they have a massive winning percentage, both Europe and North America, against the RLCS teams in the promotion tournament. The difference being, though, this season, it will be the 3rd and 4th teams out of that playoff. So who knows? You're not getting necessarily number 1 and number 2.
Indeed. I mean, it is quite incredible. Throughout all of the weeks here, we have seen so many teams go head-to-head, and all of these scenarios that have been playing out before us as well. Chaos are going to be extremely excited with that win for Charlotte Phoenix there. I mean, it's quite interesting, isn't it, being going from probably rivals with some of these teams, and then suddenly you're their biggest fan. You're watching at home like, please win. I'm your biggest fan right now. I need you to do this for us. And of course, this playoff scenario that we're going to be going through very, very soon, that's super exciting in itself, because these teams right now, they have the potential to elevate themselves into the next part of their career and their pro dreams. And that's amazing that the rival series can actually do that for some of the players who are coming through with this online tournament rival series, and the growth there, the potential is just incredible. So congratulations to all of our teams who have been participating throughout the weeks, because you guys have done a fantastic job. Gentlemen, I'm going to wrap things up right now, but do we have any final thoughts here for the regular league play?
I told you guys that it was going to be a tumultuous season, and it proved that way. Rival Series is never going to go the way you think it's going to go, and everybody just be good to each other out there on the field.
Yeah, just shattered expectations all throughout the season, and it's great to watch all these players who, even a year ago, would be looking through Discords and message boards trying to find when's the next weekly tournament or monthly tournament, when's the next chance to get my name out there. And now some of them are going to get their chance in the spotlight when they go into that rival playoff and then the promotion tournament in 2 and 3 weeks, respectively.
Absolutely. Well, the week is over already, guys. It's gone way too fast for my liking. But the Rocket League action doesn't stop here for this weekend, because tomorrow we have something very special coming for you. 12 p.m. PST, the Collegiate Rocket League National Championship is underway. 4 of the best Collegiate Rocket League teams are going to be battling it out for 4 places, scholarships here, scholarship awards at eSports Stadium Arlington. Some big stuff on the line for these teams, and it's going to be absolutely amazing, and you won't want to miss it. But that wraps it up for our regular league play here at the Rival Series, and it has been absolutely amazing. But we have so much more to play for. We've got the playoffs coming right around the corner, and of course the promotional starts very, very soon, sneaking up on us as well. So we'll have to see how our teams do in that. But for now, from us, it's a very good night, and thank you so much for tuning into the Rocket League Rival Series.
into the night.